afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting of the Southampton Town Board to order on this 12th day of July, 2022. Please rise if you're able and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you'd remain standing and join us for a brief moment of silence, if you haven't already turned off your cell phone ringer, this would be a good time. So our moment of silence isn't interrupted. We do this at each of our meetings in honor of the men and women who bravely defend our freedoms in the armed services at home and around the world. But I also like to add to that all of our police officers, fire volunteers, firemen and women who put their lives on the line to protect us each day. So let's take a moment in their honor. All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Amen.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Schneiderman?
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara? Present. Councilman Martell?
Present.
Councilman Bouye?
Here.
Councilman Scavone?
Present.
All right. All five of us are present. What I'd like to do first is to add 5 resolutions to our agenda. These are, call them walk-on resolutions. This will require a supermajority vote, 4 out of 5. I will read them real briefly, and if we can do these all as one, it will move along quicker. So 40766, which is co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorizes funding for the Peconic Estuary Partnership for 2022 Community Preservation Fund water quality monies. 40838 deems the draft environmental impact statement, the DEIS, adequate for the zone change application entitled Liberty Gardens, formerly known as Concern for Independent Living, that proposes a change from R20 to multifamily, MF44, and an increase in residential density pursuant to Section 330-8 to enable 12 units per acre in order to construct a 60-unit supported housing development that is 100% affordable in the hamlet of Tuckahoe. The next resolution, 40839, sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, authorizes the supervisor to execute documents related to relocation of the Governor James Adam Dix windmill. 40840, sponsored by Councilman Scavone, and I believe Councilman Bouvier would like to co-sponsor this?
Yes, please. Yeah, I would also.
All right.
As well.
Yes.
So why don't we add all 5 of us, or the other 4 as co-sponsors, Sunday?
Okay.
It's a memorializing resolution in support of proposed local law of the Suffolk County Legislature as it relates to the Francis S. Gabreski Airport in West Hampton Beach. And lastly, 40842, which is our 13th warrant. I'll make a motion to walk those 5 resolutions on.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so those will be part of our agenda now. Okay, next, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from our regular town board meeting of June 28th, 2022.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
The following communications have been received in my office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from New York State, the Association of Towns, notice of Fall 2022 Planning and Zoning Schools, Department of Public Service, from the Village of Southampton, Zoning Board of Appeals application for Bailey Road in the Village, financial disclosure statement filing from the listed individual, and emails and letters have been received regarding the following. Planning Board recommendation regarding parking on Parish Road, North Sea, proposed cannabis dispensaries and on-site cannabis consumption, proposed CPF Community Housing Fund, proposed left turns on Shrubland Road, proposed PSEG, LIPA, Bridgehampton to Sag Harbor Underground Transmission Line, special event permit known as Art Market Hamptons in Bridgehampton, and the Zoning Board of Appeals matter of 40 Ocean View Drive, Shinnecock Hills. The following bid and request for proposal was opened on June 29th for a hot asphalt hauler. The following report has been filed by the Town Comptroller for the June 2022 monthly financial reports, and that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you, Sunday. So today we have 5 public hearings scheduled. In each case, the clerk will read the public hearing notice, and in each case, somebody from the town will present the public hearing or make some initial comments, answer some questions, and then we'll go to the public. Now, we have 2 forms of public here. We have those here at Town Hall in the audience, and we also are now allowing people to also comment through the internet, through a Zoom type of interface, and Charlie from CTV will be managing that. So I'll go first to the cards if you wish to speak, and I afford each speaker 3 minutes to make their comments known. We'll go first with the cards, so if you want to speak, fill out a card. Then we'll go to the computer, which hopefully you'll be able to see. The speaker's there. And then if you haven't filled out a card, if there's an available time, I might also recognize some additional people in the audience. All right, so Madam Clerk, would you please read the first public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 1, to consider amending Town Code Chapter 312, Vehicles and Traffic, to temporarily allow left turns at the eastbound intersection of County Road 39 and Shrubland Road.
Okay, and Deputy Town Attorney Kathleen Murray will introduce us.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good afternoon, members of the Town Board. For your consideration is the implementation of a temporary traffic regulation pursuant to Town Code Chapter 312. More specifically, Article 23 of Chapter 312 addresses temporary traffic regulations on County Road 39. And the proposal before you would allow eastbound access on Shrubland Road from County Road 39 between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. for a limited period of time. That is from July 14th through July 29th. And I don't know if you can see it, but there is an aerial behind me, and in yellow indicates Shrubland Road, which does turn into Sabonic Road. For the record, and just to be clear, the restriction would be temporary. The restriction that would be temporarily restricted is found at Town Code Section 312-6.1A2, which is entitled Limited Access Roadways. And as an aside, and to avoid any confusion, this law is not proposing to lift Section 312-73. That section excludes buses and trucks over 10,000 pounds from traveling on particular roadways within the town. And certain roadways are identified pursuant to that section for each hamlet. Shrubland Road and Sabonic Road are identified in that section, but that is not the proposal that is before you. That exclusion would remain in place. The law before you deals only with access by vehicles less than that 10,000 weight class restriction. Does the board have any questions for me?
All right, any questions for Ms. Murray?
Does this include westbound traffic on Sabonic Road off of Sandy Hollow Lane?
No, right now it's
So
eastbound
it
only.
just would be eastbound, so the
Correct.
westbound restriction would still be in place
Correct, as drafted, it's eastbound only.
in this trial period?
Correct.
And the dates of the restrictions are?
July 14th through July 29th.
Okay, thank you. And again, and this came at the request of the highway superintendent who's present, and the police chief also sent a letter in support of this pilot program, just to see the effects. All right, thank you, Ms. Murray. All right, so we have quite a number of people who wish to be heard, and I'm going to take them in the order they were received. So again, each speaker has 3 minutes to make their comments known. What I'll do is I'll also tell you who's on deck, so it'll just speed the meeting up a little bit. So if you're on deck, if you can just find your way over to my left, to the podium, and just wait there until it's your turn. So Ginny Pavaromo, and Ginny will be followed by Richard Warren.
Hi. Okay. I was originally here several years ago to request the sign being put in place to restrict the traffic on Shrubland. I live in the North Sea area, and this is, shows from Sabonic to Shrubland, but it doesn't show the roads that they're going to actually use. They didn't outline that where it impacts on the residents. So I just want you to know, since COVID, this area in here, which is the road that they're going to use to get back to North Sea Road, has significantly increased in population since COVID. The area north of County Road 39 is uniquely different from a lot of Southampton. It's more country-like, it's less spoiled, it's remote, and the people up here have a sense of community and belonging. The roads are quite narrow. Any of you who are locals know it. They're 2 lanes without any shoulders. They're extremely curvy and twisted, and it makes driving a challenge for anybody who even lives here, let alone these people who have no clue where they're driving. Oftentimes, we have to stop to let cars pass if there are walkers in the road, and then we can proceed. That's how narrow the roads really are up here. The back roads are the only access to and from our homes. They can't handle the traffic, the speed, the trucks, the drivers taking the turns over the yellow lines or trying to overtake a slower car by coming into oncoming traffic. And it's not as uncommon as you think it is, and it's really quite dangerous. Turning left into driveways, we're now finding we're being cut off by cars coming at us. The roads serve the residents up here as a safe space for our daily walks. Families riding their bikes, dogs are getting their routine walks, moms with strollers, and it's become extremely dangerous to even attempt to cross the 5 corners because you have cars just running the stop signs up there. There's absolutely no enforcement. I mean, I understand the cops can't be everywhere, but they're not up there for sure. We already have a backup from this traffic from the Millstone Brook Road and the North Sea Road stop sign. It's going 200, 300 yards. I'm not so good with that part of it, all the way back to the Emma Rose Ellison Park in there. And so now, what we've just found out in the last 2 weeks is that people who are trying to avoid that backup are now going up Scotts Road and speeding down Harris or Jennings, coming to the stop sign to make the left onto North Sea there. The
30 seconds.
Oh, the problem there is that we have the firehouses there, the ambulance, they're not going to be able to get there. If this, I'll skip some stuff, but say, if this is really, I wouldn't be surprised if it's being caused by the Shinnecock Golf Course, but changing this isn't going to impact a change on the left turn there. The only ones it's impacting is the people who live here, and we're the taxpayers who live up there. And perhaps, you know, the cops and cones worked great, laws were enforced, but you're
3
not
minutes.
enforcing the laws now. The other day, 96 cars, I counted from Barker's Island, I was headed west to 39, and I made the right on to Barker's Island, Shrubland, and there were 96 cars. 17 were Prime, FedEx, or UPS trucks.
Jenny,
Enforce the law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So Richard Warren is next, followed by Jeff Schuin. I may be mispronouncing it, but Jeff, if you know who you are. All right, Richard.
Good afternoon. Traffic affects all of us every single day. All the roads in the town are significantly overburdened. Hampton Bays, Flanders, Shinnecock Hills, Southampton, Tuckahoe, North Sea, Watermill. It's not just a morning phenomenon, as we all know. It's every day, every morning, every evening, and the traffic's only increasing. The phone app that everybody has, Waze, shows people how to get around the gridlock, but it also takes them through neighborhoods that they shouldn't actually be in. My wife and I live on Sabonic Road. We've lived there for 36 years. I've raised my 2 kids there. My son and his wife just bought a house 2 doors down from me. They have a young child. I've been involved in traffic issues with this town for over almost 30 years. I, along with 32 other members of the public, spent 3 years with the Town Transportation Advisory Task Force in order to look at traffic issues here with the town. I was co-chair of the Land Committee with Police Lieutenant John James. Following the completion of that study, for 2 years I sat as a member and the chairman of the Town Transportation Commission, so I know a little bit about the traffic that goes on. The Town Transportation Advisory Task Force recommendations became part of the Town Comprehensive Plan. The transportation element, one recommendation in there, it says The Land Committee recommends the efforts undertaken to improve traffic flow need to be balanced against the need to protect the rural and residential character and safety of the secondary street systems found throughout the community. Because these secondary residential roads, which run through some of the only remaining open and rural areas of the town, primarily east of Shinnecock Canal, the Land Committee supports the concept that these roads should not be used or encouraged to be used for bypass or through traffic purposes, that the residential values associated with these areas should be guarded against excessive traffic and congestion. Protecting rural neighborhoods and streets doesn't just start at Shrubland Road. It's throughout the town. It's Hampton Bays, it's Flanders, it's throughout the town. And the town should take action that protect all the roads, not just Shrubland Road and not Sabonic Road where I live. The problem is not Shrubland Road. The problem is that County Road 39 doesn't work. It doesn't have adequate volume to get the traffic through that we have that crushes all of our neighborhoods every single day. Using residential streets for commuter traffic isn't appropriate. Allowing more traffic on the Shrubland Road will only deteriorate the residential neighborhood further from what currently is occurring and will not solve the problem. All you have to do is look at the volumes that we have. The volumes on County Road 39 and 27 back up to Hampton Bays, bumper to bumper, stopped, sometimes Hampton Bays, sometimes Quogue, sometimes even further. Montauk Highways, bumper to bumper from Hampton Bays to Southampton. Residential streets in Flanders and Hampton Bays are experiencing extremely heavy traffic.
30 seconds.
These are huge volumes. I'm going to ask if I could have a little bit more time if I could.
Well, just finish the 3 minutes. I have a question
Okay.
for you, sir.
Opening up Shrubland Road restriction will not magically create increased volume. There just isn't enough room on these streets to accommodate the traffic that you think is going to eliminate this in that area. Again, the main problem is County Road 39 and State Road 27. You should do more, I actually believe that you should do more in Hampton Bays to try to protect those residential neighborhoods, like what's been done on Shrubland Road and Sabonic. Enact some turn restrictions. The town board should be looking to protect residential areas where the taxpayers live, where they're raising their kids, where they want to walk their dogs, ride their bikes, instead of allowing commuter traffic that's going through these neighborhoods, destroying the values of what the taxpayers and all of us live there to enjoy. This morning, I went for a walk on Sabonic Road at 6:15. I walked out of my house and I walked out my driveway and I turned to the left. A car came speeding around the corner, obviously over the speed limit, crossed the double yellow lines, honked its horn to make me get out of the road to get in the grass on the far side. A few minutes later, walking down Sabonic Inlet Road, a car passed me literally 12 inches away from me, speeding. It came up behind me and just kept going. The people that are driving through these neighborhoods don't care. Well, we also have, what's interesting in our neighborhood is we have the traffic at night as well. So it's not just morning traffic. We have evening traffic because everyone's coming down Noyak Road. They turn down Millstone Brook Road. They come down all these roads up here that aren't shown on this map, come down Millstone Brook Road, Barker's Island Road, come down White's Lane. They come down this way. They're going this way. They're going this way. And they're coming down here and they're backing up on Shrubland Road. What I'm finding when I walk in the morning is I'm finding like 30, 40 beer cans on the side of the road. So at night, when the people are leaving, they're stopping at the deli, they're picking up a couple of beers, and they're drinking them as they're driving through our neighborhoods on a high rate of speed. So it's also unsafe at night when people are driving. So we have a lot of traffic in our neighborhood. These roads should not be used for that. Last summer, walking around the corner with my wife, that we do every single day, we came upon a bicyclist sitting on the side of the road with EMTs servicing him with his bicycle crumpled in a pile because he got hit by a hit and run, who ran through the White's Lane stop sign and hit him and kept going. So it's not safe. County Road 39 has a speed limit of 35. Noyak Road has a speed limit of 30. Sabonic Road has a speed limit of 40. So people on County Road don't do 35. They do 45, they do 50.
He's over 3 now, is it?
Yeah, I'm sure I'm over 3
I
minutes.
called 30 seconds a while ago, yeah.
Wait, I didn't hear you call 3 minutes.
Right.
It's the longest 30 seconds here. Rich, you served on that commission, right?
Yes.
You said
Yes.
3 years, and you live on Sabonic.
I live on Sabonic Road.
And that
36.
commission made some recommendations that led to Sabonic losing sort of access from, I guess, Sandy Hollow, and also this no left turn in the mornings.
Yes.
I don't know if other roads, there were changes that came out of that commission, but your concern is that eliminating that left is going to make things worse on Shrubland Road? And what about just lowering the speed limit on Shrubland Road? You mentioned that it was a...
That's something that should be done. The study did not recommend the turn restriction on Shrubland Road. The study recommended And this was the Land Committee, of which I was chair with John James, was a cross-section of people from Hampton Bays, Noyac, Bridgehampton. It was a cross-section of a whole bunch of people. And they recommended that the town look at trying to keep traffic on the main arteries, not destroying residential neighborhoods. They didn't come up with a recommendation to do this particular road. I think this was in place before that. This was done at a time when County Road was widened. The bridge was widened on St. Andrews Road. So the commission,
Yeah, I was actually wondering whether this is a restriction that predates the extra lane on County Road 39.
it came at the time when the extra lane
And
was
that-
put in.
The restriction was started in 1999,
So it was before
and that
the
was 7
widening.
to 9, and then it was expanded in '07 to 6 to 10.
Yeah, so it's been around for a while because the traffic that we've had has been significant. So the Transportation Commission and the task force did not cause this to happen, but what they did do is the consortium of people that were involved in it actually endorsed and supported the concept that commuter traffic should not be routed through residential neighborhoods. So it's part of the town comprehensive plan, which I believe the town board, when you take your actions, you're supposed to be thinking about the comprehensive plan itself. Cars travel at unsafe speeds. I'll be done in just a minute, so I'll try to hurry. We regularly, as the previous speaker, we regularly get passed on the double yellow lines. I get people honking their horns at me when I'm trying to pull in my driveway. What are you going to do when Stony Brook spends $350 million and they build a hospital on County Road 39 and it doesn't work? You know, it doesn't work now. A traffic accident on the road shuts the road down. I think what the town should be doing,
Rich, you're going to have to finish, because I have so many cards here.
okay, I would ask you not to pit one neighborhood against another, which is what I feel is happening. This is not Hampton Bays against Tuckahoe. These are residential neighborhoods that need protection. You should do what you can do to protect all residential neighborhoods, including Hampton Bays, including Flanders, including other areas that have excessive traffic.
All right, thank you.
I would just ask, if you're going to do this, someone should be thinking about what are the metrics? How are you going to decide what's good and what's not good? What's the quantitative and qualitative metrics to decide whether or not this works?
All right, thank you, Richard. Okay, Jeff, you're next, followed by Muriel Applebaum.
Okay. I'll be much shorter, although I will.
We appreciate it.
I do agree with what's been said. My name is Jeff Schwian. I live on McGee Street, across from the school, with my wife, 2 children, and 2 dogs. I came today because I think that it's a safety issue and a quality of life issue, and I feel that by repealing this measure, or even on a temporary basis, which word does make me nervous, that essentially what you're doing is creating a bypass of a bypass that already doesn't work. My thought is that I completely agree there are quality of life issues. My neighbor Patton Miller and I refer to McGee Street as the McGee Street Speedway. You're going to route traffic through residential neighborhoods, beautiful golf courses, nature preserves, and in particular, our concern being at Sabonic and McGee is the school. And there aren't even any real speed restrictions around the school, which is something's going to happen one day. And I just am shocked. And when we moved into our house 7 years ago, I did write a few letters, and basically I was told there are no radar cameras, there are no speed restrictions in the town, and having an occasional policeman show up isn't really helpful. So one thought that I had about 39, and I've always thought this, and I think about it when I drive in Europe, and when you drive on the expressways in Europe, there are speed zones. And speed zones are one thing with radar cameras that are enforced. And think about a source of tax revenue. So you let people know there's a speed zone coming up, and they slow down. I was at Hampton Water Sports this morning, and not only is making a left on 39 impossible, making a right is nearly impossible because everyone's going at 60 miles per hour. And then you're going to make them make left turns between 6 and 10 a.m., and they're going to speed along Sabonic and maybe go down McGee Street, which is the choke route, or maybe go up and around Noyac Road, and it's the definition of insanity. And I say that really with all respect. This is incomprehensible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have Muriel
Hi, thank you.
Applebaum, followed by Terrence McGoran.
I live at the corner of Millstone Lane and Millstone Brook Road. The afternoon traffic coming to the west is nonstop along Millstone Brook Road already. It's not pretty. It's speeding, there's no enforcement, it's accidents, it's people honking each other, people passing each other on a two-lane road with kids walking along the side. I don't want to see any loosening of the eastbound restrictions either. As it is, people are piling up because of the stop sign at the five corners. People are speeding up to that line. All the trucks, all the pickup trucks and the residential, small cars and large cars, motorcycles, no enforcement. If I want to bike on West Neck going up to the bay, I have to walk my bike over there from my house because it's so dangerous on Millstone Brook Road. There have been 2 bad accidents in the last 5 years on Millstone Brook Road. One maybe at the corner of Barker's Island and where it turns into Millstone. People can't walk their dogs safely along that road. Nobody wants to pull out for you, and if their car's coming in the other direction, there's nowhere to go. There is no shoulder. It's a scary place. It's already bad in the afternoons. I would hate to see the mornings get to be even half as bad as the afternoons are. If there's the speed limit is 30, people don't drive 30. People drive 35, 40, 45. They come down the hill from Barker's Island, and they're just all out to get to the stop sign. It's not pretty. It's not comfortable. It's, as some of the other speakers say, it's a very residential, quiet, pleasant area. And if there's more traffic, even the birds will notice. So,
What street are you on again?
Muriel Applebaum,
What street do you live on?
Millstone Brook Road and Millstone Lane.
Just a quick question. So if the eastbound traffic can't turn left on Shrubland in the morning, the way it is, I would imagine that the next turn is at the college, correct?
The next turn is coming up through the golf course.
To the golf course. So they're going to make the left there then. And it's
Well,
still-
there's a light. They'll make a
will it
left
have-
wherever they can. I don't
Right.
know where they're coming from.
And then they're still going to end up on Millstone.
Yes, they are, and it'll,
Push the mic out of the way.
Well, you have to bring the mic, Muriel,
push the mic
bring the
out.
mic back.
Yeah, they want the mic in front
I
of
need to be able to hear you.
you. Being able to
Oh.
record it.
So it effectively, there's a section of shrubland that is helped by it. Once you reach the golf course, the college golf course, Tuckahoe Road, all the traffic that would have turned on shrubland comes up there instead, I imagine, or.
Well, there's
X1 or
the light at-
Tuckahoe Lane or McGee or
the
whatever.
light, yeah, wherever they can. If they can't make the turn, if they can't wait for the traffic to make the turn onto Shrubland, they'll just go as far as they have to make a left turn there. But they end up on Millstone Brook Road because they're trying to get east and they're trying to avoid the highway.
Right, if the highway flowed,
Yeah, if,
39 flowed, you wouldn't have all this traffic.
right,
back.
and the highway is 35 miles an hour. And people are driving 45 on Millstone Brook Road. There is no enforcement. I haven't seen a cop
And on
there.
County Road 39, they're driving 1 mile an hour because that's all.
Some of them are, and that's why they're looking
They're
for,
parked, basically.
right, and they're looking for any alternative they can.
All right,
And
thank
it's
you.
just not safe,
All right, thank you.
and it's already not safe. Thank
All
you.
right, Terrence, you're up next, followed by, actually, the next card did not indicate which hearing. So Laurel Majinski, this is the hearing you wanted to speak on? Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, so Terrence followed by Laurel.
I will do my best not to be redundant. A lot of people made some really good points. I live at 238 Sabonic Road. I work up island in Ronkonkoma. Every day when I'm leaving, I don't see the law enforcement there stopping the people from making the turns. So there are people actually in the mornings breaking the law heading down the road. I do know the backup's a good 20, 30 miles because when I'm driving, I'm looking on the other side going, those poor people. The problem isn't going to be solved by opening up Sabonic Road, Shrubland Road to the traffic. My fears are many. I'm not going to repeat what others said. One of my major fears is the wildlife. I have 3 deer that pretty much live in my backyard. Dawn and dusk is when they get up and they start moving, and if you do your research on it, deer are more concerned about their food and finding it, and they're paying less attention to what's going on around them. And they'll end up becoming roadkill, which is not a very nice thing. My other major concern is the school down the end. People will go all the way down that way just to, get rid of 5 miles on 27. And they'll go back and they'll swing back, make the left-hand turn. The traffic would be very dangerous. I walk my dog there. Some people are really nice. They stop, slow down, move over. Most people, if you really want to know what's going on there, put some speed monitors on the road. You'll see people going 55, 60 down that road. It's dangerous. And they do it, and if you're really going to open this road up, you got to analyze what happens for the next 2 weeks to see. There's major speeding going down this road. It's unsafe for everybody. I've lived there for 25 years. When they closed down the road, I clapped. And I don't understand why they want to undo something that was a brilliant decision done in the past.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Laurel, you're next. Laurel's followed by Tim Campbell.
Good afternoon. I live on the west end of Millstone Brook Road. I've lived there since 1969 when we had our house built. I have seen terrible changes lately. Just coming over here today, the Amazon truck passed us on a newly painted yellow line. My husband goes out in the morning to get the paper, and I say a little prayer that he'll be all right. He's very careful. There happens to be at the west end a dip in the road, so it's actually blind. And you have to really stress to guests when they come and to visit you, when they leave their driveway, that they have to be extremely careful, as you cannot see someone coming, and they go so fast. Some of them are going 60, I know they are. They don't stop at the stop signs at the 5 corners. I've never seen a policeman up there. And environmentally, my whole property on a humid day smells of gasoline fumes. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think that there's any reason why the amount of traffic isn't counted. And why the police have these counters. Do any of you people know how many cars go through there? Between 3 and 7, I know this young lady didn't mention it, there is no commercial traffic. There's more commercial traffic between 3 and 7 than you'll ever see. Some big freight cars carrying great big earth movers. The roads can't hold it. It's a very pristine area there. And it's not healthy. I think you better do an environmental impact study. It seems to me from the questions I've heard, a lot of you don't even know the area. It's right across from the bay. It's absolutely beautiful. It was 5 acres zoned. It's not now. And most of the lots have been taken or owned by someone. But it's ruining the area. Now, I see that they have painted new yellow lines yesterday, and they've also made a white line before the shoulder. So it looks like it's going to be a done deal. And I think some of you should get in your cars and go to that area, Sabonic Road, Millstone Brook Road, from 6 o'clock in the morning, and some of you go at 4:30 in the afternoon. And you can see the amount of cars that are going to be going by. You'll be astounded. But get familiar with the area. It's a beautiful area. I mean, they wouldn't let the golf course ruin their vista and close off the road. So I don't know what the problem is with the town board of closing that. I was stunned when I heard that.
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Laurel. All right, Tim, you're next.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Followed by Debbie Harrington.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, board, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Tim Campbell, and I live down at the end of Sabonic Road in McGee. Pretty busy intersection where I am. My daughters went to school there. So did my mother. Used to teach there many years ago. My main concern is the school, especially in the morning, because there's a lot of kids that go there. And the traffic is very, very heavy with school buses coming in and everything else. And with this added possibly increase of traffic trying to sneak down, and they do break the law. They do make a left there at Shrubland Road, and I always call it Sabonic. But it'll increase, I mean, the danger to these kids and the walkers will be terrible. It'll increase it much. And years ago, when I used to be a first responder, I had a fly car, and I would go into the village to do calls. It got to the point where I would wait with the chief's car, with the license sirens, to wait to get across the main highway before I put them on, because if I had tried to go through license sirens with the school open and everything else, I would create a major traffic jam. But then, again, what I have to say has already been said by the previous speakers, but my main concern is the kids at that school, especially with the increase in traffic. The young kids, you don't want these kids to be jeopardized, so that's really all I have to say. I mean, I could say a lot more, but we've got other people.
Tim, just a quick question. You had handed me earlier a letter from, I guess, your wife.
My wife, yeah, she's
Do you
having...
want this as part of the record?
Yeah, please. Unfortunately, she's having root canal up Stony Brook, so she would love to be here because she's a great speaker.
I'm giving it to the clerk to
Okay,
stamp
thank
it,
you very
and
much.
we can-
She's a great speaker. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
You do well, too.
Thank you for your time.
All right, so Debbie, you're next, followed by Kathleen Calise.
My name is Debbie Harrington, and I'm a resident of Tuckahoe. I am against lifting the restrictions on Shrubland Road. We fought very hard for many years to get this to take place. What makes our neighborhood different is Tuckahoe School. Before the restriction, the commuter traffic backed up on McGee Street in front of the school and down Sabonic Road. The buses could not enter or exit the front of the school in a timely manner. The backup was horrendous. We even had a guardrail installed along the playground for protection. Shrubland Road to Sabonic Road and Millstone heading north was the first bypass entering into any neighborhood. So I think we've been experiencing this traffic more than any other neighborhood. We were the first bypass. We have been dealing with traffic as any other neighborhood. The school gets relief from the restriction, but we deal day in and day out, just like everyone else. To head west, I have to go east to McGee Street Light to make a right in the afternoons and evenings. Shrubland is backed up, as well as Tuckahoe Road and Tuckahoe Lane. To get home from the village, Moses Lane to McGee, the traffic is backed up over the railroad tracks to Moses Lane to Pelham. I have, at times, had to go north to West Neck to Millstone to get home. I see no commercial vehicle signs on Millstone Road heading into my neighborhood with little or no enforcement. Enforcement would help tremendously. Imagine what would happen if it was enforced. It's a free-for-all. Also, the speed limit on Sabonic Road needs to be reduced from 40 to 30 miles per hour. With enforcement, now there is none. Cars are passing on double yellow lines and reaching speeds from 50 to 60 miles per hour. It is at times like a drag strip. There needs to be a light at Shrubland for cars entering and exiting. It is very dangerous. Bottom line is, we all neighborhoods need more enforcement to already existing laws. Over the years, it has always been, we don't have enough police to patrol. I would say it is about time to shift budgets and hire more police to calm our neighborhoods. Commuters have taken advantage of little or no enforcement. And I would like to know what happens after 2 weeks of doing this? What's the determination? What are you comparing it to? And how easy will it be to get this undone if you do this?
30 seconds.
Right, it's a 2-week, if the board chooses to move forward, it would be a 2-week pilot program.
Is it going to be taken out of code?
No. It just, this would be a
For 2
2-week
weeks,
trial
and then
period.
what?
And then it would, I have some questions too about how the metrics that will inform the decision will be determined. So I
There is summer
have some
school,
questions
too, with
myself
buses.
in terms of how they're going to measure
Right.
the impacts of this in terms of before and after.
I just hope if
Yeah.
it's taken out of code, it's going to be a struggle to get it put back in
Well, we
place.
couldn't take it out of the code without
Well, I
a
just
whole
wanna make sure.
separate resolution, public hearings, and things
Mm-hmm.
like that to do that. That's not what's proposed here, is a 2-week test to
But
see what the effects are.
enforcement needs to be done. There's no enforcement
Mm-hmm.
of commercial vehicles, speeding. It's,
All right, thank you. All right, so that was Debbie. So Kathleen is next, followed by Thea Cripps.
Hello.
Hi, Kathleen.
I live on Sabonic Road, and we have a lot of problems with speeding and large trucks, and it's quite dangerous at most time. The morning is the quieter time that we can walk our dogs or walk outside. I've had to drive off the side of the road. There's no room for the large trucks that use it as it is now at the time that they're allowed. It's a narrow road, unlike the other eastbound roads and highways. It's a narrow residential road, and it doesn't fit people and bicycles and children and dogs and trucks. And as a resident, I know I can go out in the morning and I won't have my life in as much danger, and I go for my walks in the morning, and I don't worry about the children in the morning. But I won't let the children in front of the house, even though I have a circular driveway. I keep them behind the gates in the backyard. The cars have multiplied so much over the last year or two. The speeding is out of control. They're doing 60 miles an hour past my house. It used to be normal, a normal residential street, and it's already, I guess because the population has gone up, we already have a lot more traffic, and it's not really being driven as a residential road that it is. They're using it as a highway, as the previous speakers had said, and I'm just afraid that it's going to become even more dangerous by opening the road to the left turn. And also, my question is, all right, you're going to open it for 2 weeks. Now, how is everybody going to know, okay, make the turn on the 2 weeks so that you're going to really get an actual percentage of the people that are now coming through the road? It might take a month for everyone to figure out, oh, I can turn now. The sign's not there anymore. So if you only do if you're doing a 2-week study, I'm afraid you're only going to get a third of the cars that turning that you will get if you do it, for a long time, and it will become even more dangerous because I'm afraid that the study is not going to work because people aren't going to even know to make the left. And the reason that they will all be making the left there is because there are the 2 lights along that you can turn into by the golf course and the college, but you can't turn because I live there, so I don't turn there. I go into the college and back out, actually. So the trucks really aren't using the golf course light or the Sunoco light because there's no turn signal to allow them the time to get through. They have to really wait and then go through the light. So this is going to be the way everybody goes, and they're going to be coming all the way through the residential neighborhood.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I might be leaving shortly because my asthma is bothering me and I want to get back into the air conditioning, so I don't want you to think I'm rude and I'm just walking out.
Okay. Thank you, Kathleen.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Thea, you're next, followed by Jintas Baludis. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to voice my feelings on this matter. And I just want to say it's so nice to see so many neighbors here that we haven't met yet. My husband and I live at 355 Sabonic Road, and I feel like the problem has been very well articulated today. I just want to mention there's one more problem. You guys have made Southampton too nice of a place to live, work, and commute to, so maybe that's what we should work on. I'm just kidding, of course. I'd like to offer a few alternative solutions that would probably be temporary, but just so this isn't all talking about problems. Number one, I am wondering if there's a possibility to look at the potential of using North Sea Road, which would also take the traffic off of Millstone Brook Road. I realize that would put more traffic on Noyak Road, so I'm wondering if in the mornings would it be possible to make Noyak all going up towards Sag Harbor and then pushing the traffic that's going westbound down to County Road 39 and 27. We know that there's not much traffic going westbound in the mornings. Another alternative is same kind of idea on Hill Street, just trying to look at alternate roads that could perhaps be used to really make more lanes available, perhaps with police presence in the morning, something because I know people need to get to work, I totally get it. But just, especially around the school, my husband and I are triathletes. We're out constantly every day, walking my dog, riding our bikes, swimming, running. And it's true that sometimes it's good that we're athletes so that we can dive off the road when cars are flying by. So I realize you guys are facing an impossible situation and there's no easy answer, but I just do hope that in addition to running this test, you'll look at some alternatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Jintas, and you'll be followed by Timothy Goibao? What was that? Okay. whatever you said. All right, go ahead.
Good efforts. My name's Gint. I go by Gint Belotus. I live at Sabonic Road, which my family and I sometimes call Sabonic Speedway, and we've heard a lot about why today. Look, I've lived there now 8 years, and I'm here today because I'm concerned about the motion that's on the table here, the increasing public health problems that I think we're seeing play out with increased accidents, unchecked speeding, and just more congestion on the road. For me, the capacity issue has been talked about a lot. I mean, I don't know how moving problem A to other roads in a distributed nature is going to help. You've got, every morning, and I see it near Tuckahoe School where I live, 30-plus cars parked basically in a parking lot on McGee going to County Road 39. You got the same issue on cars that are trying to get around from Millbrook over to North Sea Road. So all you're going to do is create more congestion, more capacity challenges. And frankly, these roads have got blind spots, they're windy. It's a massive public health issue, not just for the kids at Tuckahoe School and residents, but for the commuters. I also don't buy a 2-week pilot. Whatever your measurement for success are, respectfully, you're going to be teaching this behavior for a couple of weeks. The Google algorithms, the Waze algorithms, they are going to start seeing that traffic start to come, and they're going to start recommending that route every morning, regardless of what sign is there or not. We've all said, I've seen nary any enforcement ever anywhere on Sabonic Road. So what is to stop any of this traffic from actually going in the morning? Like, what's your proposal there? The second is the speed limit. I can't believe we've got a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit today on Shrubland all the way to Sabonic. 8 years ago, I started a petition, change.org, 70 signatures. I still have them. I just wrote everybody this morning. Sadly, I told them no progress. We're still a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. I got the Southampton Press to show up, wrote an article. I've written you guys, Tom Neely. I get back from him and others, hey, let's do a traffic study. Let's spend taxpayer money to see if what you're saying is actually true and happening on the road today, and that there actually is speeding happening on the road. How about just get some cops down there and actually get some data and get rid of those speed limit signs? I'm pretty tired of the inaction from this administration. Frankly, I've been trying hard for a number of years on this issue of the speed limit issue, and I don't let my kids go out on the road. I see kids, and not just triathletes that we've got here in the room, but kids ducking and diving off their bikes routinely on this road. So please be wise about this. Please reconsider, maintaining, please, this restriction. Think about the larger problem that we all can, as a community, come together and solve for on County Road 39, the larger artery that we've got to solve for. Protect our kids, protect residents and commuters.
30 seconds.
And please get, with 30 seconds in mind, 30-mile-an-hour speed limit on that road. It's a joke. Every surrounding residential road is a 40. We've got a 35 on County Road 39. I want one good argument, and please don't talk about spending taxpayer money to do a traffic study to assess whether or not that is a reasonable choice. Do the right thing is my request.
Right now, the speed limit on Shrubland is 40?
It's 40 all the way, from 39.
And Sabonic is
Yep.
40, and you'd like us to look at 30?
Yeah, I've been asking for it for 8
Have
years.
you ever called me on that issue? I don't remember you ever
I've
called
sent
me.
lots of emails. I'm happy to send my petitions back to
Okay.
you, Jay, and I'm happy to send a follow-up.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I'm pretty easy to read, so.
All right, likewise. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tim Godbold. I live at 348
Hey, Tim, before you start, let me just say who's on deck here.
Sure.
Ron von Bloomberg, maybe? Am I saying that correct? It's close enough? All right, good, thanks.
Hey, I'm Tim Godbold. Thank you all for your time today. I think everyone's really stated it really well, what's going on. I was shocked. I got this posted on my letterbox yesterday. I mean, I'm not as well spoken as, say, somebody prior to me, but I'm as passionate. I couldn't believe that this was actually happening. I tell you, I've almost been killed on that road trying to get out of my house. The lady next to me has to literally do a U-turn with a hill coming down over. I mean, she is just about, she'll get wiped out easy. I called the council asking for for a sign on the road saying, you know, beware of cars exiting driveways. Did I get anything? No, nothing. Nothing at all. I did it myself. I got 2 signs. I put 2 signs up, not 1. I put 2. And I thought maybe I'm overreacting. And then the neighbor across the street did the same thing. He got exactly the same sign and did the same thing. I put up a mirror opposite my driveway. Mrs. Peck, who lives next door, said to me over the weekend, "Thank you for doing that. You've really helped me." I mean, that's something I shouldn't be doing. You know, the council should be taking care of us. I moved from Sag Harbor because it was a shit show with noise, and then I moved to Bridgehampton, you know, and then I moved to this cute, sweet little neighborhood 3 years ago, and literally the first morning I wake up, go outside on my deck, and it's just this barrage of noise. And it's all the motorcycles. I mean, the motorcycles are out of control. I mean, it's a really pretty winding road. So if I had a motorbike, I want to fucking zoom down that thing as fast as possible. I get it. All right,
just
but there are
please,
children.
Don't censor these meetings. Just
Yes.
Be
I'm a
mindful
little
of our
passionate.
audience may contain children.
Yes, exactly. And on video. My next neighbor next to me does have children. And I have friends coming over this week from London with their kid. Oh, can Archie ride a bike? I'm like, no way. There's no way I'm going to have Archie riding a bike on that road. I mean, it's seriously bad. I mean, I think the question is, I mean, this is a really poor idea.
30 seconds.
Thanks. What we really need to focus on is Route 39, right? There's that turning road right in the middle. It's like prime real estate. Never gets used. You know, I mean, I drive San Francisco Golden Gate. You know, they have the little truck with the yellow thing, and as you're going into the city in a morning, it opens up another lane. Well, maybe we need to open up that lane in the morning between 6 and 10 p.m. You know, and if you want to take a left, then you go to the stoplight, and then you turn around.
3 minutes.
Thank you. I hope I made my point. I got to go too.
All right, thank you, Ron. Thank you. Okay, so that's the last card I have, doubtfully the last speaker I have. Sir, are you coming to the microphone?
Yeah, well, you mentioned.
Oh, do I have one
Yeah.
more?
Yeah, you do. The last
Oh,
Ron Von
Oh,
Blum.
you're Ron, okay, that's sorry. That was, the last speaker was Timothy. Okay, so I don't have anybody on deck for Ron, but I'm sure we have people on the computer, so.
I'm a resident,
yours.
151 Sabonic Road. I see all my neighbors here, and I think this is a really good example of almost, is a house in every part of the roads that get affected by this. I think this is a bad idea for closure because you're introducing new people to the area that will commute through those areas. I mean, I've been there, I go back to the Tom Warren date 36 years ago when we were trying to stop some of the issues, and we've been trying for a long time, and he more than anyone else, and it goes upon deaf ears. I have 250 feet of Sabonic Road between McGee Street, which is by the school, and Tuckahoe Lane, and I can easily count 250 cars to 650 cars in an hour, you know, in a quiet time and on the busy time, and that's cars that don't go down Millstone Brook Road and divert in other directions. I think it's just a bad idea. I mean, the trash, everything that everyone has said is true, and it goes on and on. The safety issues, pulling out of your driveways. My biggest concern is that the roads don't support the traffic and the traffic at that speed. I mean, we have blind spots. Right where I live, there's a hump in the road that you can't see a car coming over, and at 40 miles an hour, even 50 miles an hour, it's slam the brakes on. You can't leave the driveway. So on the sake of safety, it's just a really bad idea, and I just want to make my statement about that. But I think there's a good idea that everyone here is every portion of these roads affected, and we're all here. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ron. All right, Charles, we're going to go to the computer. Is there anyone on the computer that is looking to be heard? And if you can hear me, and you're watching this meeting and you wish to speak, there is a raise hand icon on your screen somewhere. Just click on that so we know that you're looking to be heard. Charles, do you see any raised hands at this point?
I do have a hand, but I don't know if it's on this particular issue.
All right, would you let that person in then?
Mr. Flanagan.
All right, Charles, I'm going to recognize somebody in the audience here while you figure out whether that individual is wishing to be heard, all right? Or less, or are they coming on right now? Oh. John, can you hear me? This gets dangerous, doesn't it?
Let's hope not.
You know? All right. All right, I do not hear you yet. You'll have to identify yourself. Are you wishing to be heard at the hearing on the temporary lifting of the turning restrictions at Shrubland Road? Shrubland Road?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
No,
It's
barely.
Very low volume.
Charles, can you turn the volume up for us?
Hello?
Which hearing?
Try again?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm talking on behalf of John Flanagan. He owns 125 Tuckahoe Lane, and we're proposing a recreational cannabis retail store.
Oh, that is a different public hearing.
Yeah, no.
Different public hearing.
So we're not at that public hearing yet, so you're going to have to wait. Okay, we weren't sure which hearing you were speaking on. That is coming up soon. So stay tuned for more. All right? Thank you.
I do have another person.
All right, just one more person?
I mean, you're like standing here with the babies.
Welcome to the future. All right, Charles, do you have somebody else coming on?
Got Charlie.
Okay, got on now. Can you hear me?
All right, we have Brian Oxer, and I just want to confirm, Brian, that you're looking to be heard on the Shrubland Road restrictions, correct?
That's correct. Can you guys hear me?
Barely, but speak as loud as you can.
Okay, I'll speak as loud as I can. One of the considerations that you guys may want to think of is as you're traveling on 27 and you're going to make the left-hand turn onto Shrubland, how far up that turn lane is going to back up, right? With all of these cars now making a left. It's going to go, I would think it's going to go pretty far back. I understand it's a trial period that you guys are looking to do and see what happens there. But the other consideration is when I'm sitting at that turn, even when it's a legal time of the day that you can make that left turn, that the cars that are coming off of Shrubland to go westbound on 27, that curve protrudes way out. So when you're sitting eastbound to make the left turn onto Shrubland, and you have cars that are coming onto 27 to go west, any one of those cars makes a mistake, somebody pulls out in front of somebody, it's going to be a bad situation. I see a big accident happen there. As it is right now, it's very dangerous. And I just wanted you guys to consider that in part of this, let alone what everybody else has said with the high volume of traffic that's going to be cut through a residential neighborhood. That's pretty much what I wanted to bring to your attention.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Have a nice day, everybody.
All right, Charles, is there anyone else, and If there is, can you turn the volume up in here so we can hear better? No other hands. Okay, I'd like to recognize Charlie McCardle, our highway superintendent.
Hello, my name's Charlie McCardle, Highway Superintendent. I enjoy open communication, some back and forth, but I have to say I'm here to support this pilot program. As an elected official from Cindy down, we represent every single person in this township, not just a very small few. We have a few things that are in play going right now, and I strongly believe that opening shrubland is not going to solve the problem, but it could be a small piece to solving the problem. If anybody, I guess they don't travel from Hampton Bays, we started this program with the cones where we're aggressively pushing people, directing people. We're monitoring the light at the college, and I have to say it's working. It's a live study. It's not going to cost the town lots of money. 90% or 99% of the complaints here are about enforcement. I mean, if we had to close every road for complaints about lack of enforcement, we'd be walking right now. And the fact that, I guess like a COVID test, do we want to pass this test or fail this test? I'm not sure what the answer is. In 2 weeks, do you want me to tell you that 2,000 cars went down the road and they weren't on 39 and that opened it up? Or do you want me to tell you that it failed and 2,000 cars went down the road? I don't know what the answer is. But the shrubland issue is, in the beginning of shrubland, it is residential, but it also has commercial property right on the corner. It has a motel on the other corner. And then from, I think she's here, there's a woman that lives at the corner. There's a full mile of roadway where there's not one house. Yes, it's beautiful. Yes, there's golf courses. But there's a whole mile of stretch that I think a lot of people would enjoy doing the speed limit and being out of 39. I'm just saying, this is what we have to do as a group.
Just let the speaker speak, please.
Again, I'm here for open conversation. We are trying a bunch of different things. This is a pilot program. I think everyone, if we were trying to save water, we asked you to use water on odd and even days, I think you would be involved. We're asking you to do your part to see if this works the slightest bit to help with the traffic. Should we all suffer for 2 hours? Or should we all suffer for an hour?
Wait, no, I can't have it back and forth. I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
So anyway, I know this discussion is about the morning traffic, the morning left turn. I can say as the highway department, we represent everybody in the township, and I support the 2-week program.
Can I, Charlie, first of all, what you're doing at Canoe Place Road is working, right? I know the police were doing it before, you've taken it over with your crew and the cones, and I'm getting just really positive feedback from people that it's taking 45 minutes off their commute. And that's good, because I think some of those people staying probably on Montauk Highway, they're going through that light. Some maybe are going up to 39, but some are going to go through the village. And therefore not going through Millstone Brook Road and some of those other roads. So, and you see this as part of a larger picture, and a little bit here, a little bit there. I know you're working at the light at the college. I heard that was set on blink the other day, and I heard that
I was there today with it.
Yeah, and
Yep.
I heard that really helped.
Certainly did.
And I've been, after the state to allow that for a while. And St. Andrews Road,
We're going to be at the windmill and watermill. We're going to do our best.
we know that on
pieces.
County Road 39, and I can go all the way back to the cone program, but we know when we blink the lights there, in the early morning, traffic flew right through. And that's the ultimate thing, is to keep everybody on the main roads. Montauk Highway.
Always been the goal.
39. If we could blink the watermill light in the mornings, because that's terrible. And there's lots of roads like Shrubland. You have Little Cobb Road and Watermill that is constant traffic. Because people, when they see the traffic heading east over by the diner, they go straight down Flying Point Road, Wickapog, Cobb Road, Little Cobb Road. It's terrible. And then they zipper in over there. And then once you get past the light of Watermill, it's okay. It's the Watermill light.
It is. And we're addressing that. And just so you know, we have thoughts for the way home. And just quickly, I know I'm be cut off here, but on the way home, we have an idea of from 39, that's east of 7-Eleven, is one lane. We would continue at one lane, straight through. So when you're coming off Sandy Hollow, that light would stay green, one lane, so it forms two lanes. So we would pump out North Sea and that area, so people wouldn't be going down Sabonic Road in the afternoon. Their ways, like everybody is saying, is showing them. So if we pump them out of Sandy Hollow with a steady green, then nobody will be cutting through in the afternoons.
So
It's just
you're
these
looking for a
things.
willingness to try certain things. Can I ask
absolutely.
you, because it came up a couple times today, the metrics. How, if the board does agree to allow this 2-week pilot program, and it is the summer, the school's not in session, so it's not a typical 2 weeks, but how are you measuring success?
So, again, are we failing or passing? The more cars that go that way, I think, is the more that are off 39.
Without major issues.
Without major issues, and so we have a traffic issue for an hour instead of 3 hours. So everybody absorbs the traffic, and we get it done quicker. And if we have the enforcement of less trucks and speeding, and so, you know, some of the back roads would love to hear that cars are speeding on their road. You come out of some of the Hampton Bays roads, and they can't even get out of their driveway in the morning because it's bumper to bumper. So I get it. There's the speeding, there's the enforcement of the trucks, there's a lot of things going on. Amazon going, UPS, I'm wondering where they're going. They might be going to your neighbor's house, or they might be cutting through, I don't know. But it should be enforced, you know, as a board of commissioners for the police department. I think you heard from every single person in here that the trucks and the lack of enforcement is an issue. So we're going to try to do the best we can to get the traffic moving, and I guess the police department will have to do the best they can to enforce what the laws are.
Is shrubland, even when it is open, isn't that restricted? There's not supposed to be trucks over a certain weight?
The same thing coming back the other way on, when you come off North Sea Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 pounds is supposed to be the
You need
limit.
you
Charlie?
put a scale or something, yeah.
I'd like to ask a very direct question for our constituents as well as the board. What are the goals of this program?
My opinion is that if we lighten up 39, where people continue to take it, it's a steady flow, then it would create an issue where the side roads, these tiny side roads, would be alleviated of the traffic, and it would be able to continue on 39. That's the plan.
You're saying that Shrubland Road, the traffic would be alleviated by opening it?
I think in the
or other-
beginning, no, I think in the beginning, it's going to be busy till 39 starts to take effect, that cars can, it's like your arteries. You clog one, you're going to have a problem somewhere else. If we keep everybody open, cars can go where they have to go, and the trucks stay on the major roads, I think it satisfies the problem.
All right, no,
How do we?
please,
how-
no audience
So, if I
interruptions.
may, keep the floor here, how are we going to measure? This is the first thing I asked you when you brought it up, is how are we going to measure this?
You're welcome to stand there with a counter if you want.
We have the police department.
I just told you, we're going to
Thank
count, we're going to count the cars that go through. And again, I don't know if we pass or fail by the number of cars.
Did we put out traffic strips to?
We will.
Have you put them out before?
No, we have
this
not.
Trial program?
We have not.
Okay, so.
We would do it during the 2-week program.
We don't necessarily, okay.
And then you'd have to do it either before or after.
We could continue it
If I
afterwards.
may, our engineer had emailed to us
Did,
about
yes.
setting something up before, during, and after as a way to measure
Right.
something. And, you know, your point is well taken about traffic in one place, going to another place, it's hard. You know, I mentioned studies, I do believe in traffic engineers, and so as far as the matrix go, what I'm hearing is that the police is going to monitor it. Is there a definition of the term monitor by the Southampton Town Police Department for this particular program for 2 weeks?
I don't know if that's true, to be honest. I know that the high,
Said that they're going to electronically measure and report at the end of the program.
we're going to conduct our own study also with a counter.
So we're going to study during the program and then after?
Yes.
Okay, but not before?
We didn't have the time.
We wanted to get this done before August because traffic generally lightens up even more in August, so.
Yeah, it goes from suicide to horrendous.
So Charlie, would you have to repeat this during school time, or?
Look, I'm just looking for ideas. If it works, then I guess the board and the people here can consider if we try it again during school hours. The whole, Cindy and I, we talked about it, if we were going to get this passed, at least as a trial, clearly we'd like to eliminate school being one of the issues. And look, the town itself lists every day spots for positions. Schools are losing teachers. The whole thing about the traffic, we're losing very talented people because nobody wants to fight the traffic. So I think it's all hand in hand.
So when you use the term "if it works," I'm still unclear as to what you're referring to.
So can I give you
Here, please.
an example of if it works? This past week, my husband and I left our house in East Quogue. We sat in traffic on 27, bumper to bumper, gridlock to Hampton Bays exit, went through, and I took the left at Shrubland. He continued on, and he took every little back road in Watermill that has people that can't use their bicycles and people speeding and all of the issues that we heard about today.
Traffic, right.
They're dealing with. He went that way, I went Shrubland. It took him an hour and 7 minutes to get to Bridgehampton. It took me 38.
So you made an illegal left this morning?
No, I went at 5 after 10 a.m.
Oh, okay.
All
So
right, come on, it's not, doesn't work, the back and forth.
I'm just using it as an example because we do. We have teachers that can't get to school in Sag Harbor. We have teachers that can't get to school in East Hampton that are thinking about retiring early and giving up because they can't get to where they need to go. And I understand that we need to look at other issues, and I understand that this is not going to fix the problem. But Charlie has been working and trying things that nobody else has tried. And some of them have been working. Some of them maybe haven't. But unless we want to sit here and we want to do massive traffic studies, we need help from the county and we need help from the state. And people on this board sat with a meeting with the county and state, and they got no help. And they got no feedback on any help coming. So what do we do for everybody that lives here? And I understand, and I got a letter from a resident that said, you know what? I pay to plow and pave and stripe that road, and it's closed to me for 43 days of the year. I'm a taxpayer. I can't use that road. And then we have people in other municipalities, in other areas that are asking us, can we have that same restriction? I would love to say, yes, I would love to say, we'll close this road and we'll close that road. We don't have that luxury right now. Yes, I live in East Quogue and we have traffic on my road that goes by the school. And they speed through a 20-mile-an-hour speed zone. We've asked to have our speed limit lowered on our road when I was on the CAC. There was a traffic study. We were told that instead of lowering it from 40 to 30, they wanted to raise it from 40 to 45. These are the issues that communities are dealing with, and we need to have dialogue, and I'm so happy that so many of you came out today, and I'm happy to have heard from you, but I think 2 weeks is not a huge ask with the issues that we're dealing with. And you can all come back and you can all write me and email me in 2 weeks and say, if the board allows this, and say, you know what? It was a horrendous 2 weeks. This happened, and that happened. Document whatever happens. Come back and tell me, this doesn't work. We can't. Even though it maybe helped an issue, these are the situations we dealt with. This is how we solve problems. We communicate and we work together as a community. So is it fair that Watermill has people crawling and they can't use their kids? My kids can't ride their bike on my road. My daughter got hit on a bicycle on my road. It's not a new problem. We're all dealing with this. I would love to go back to 1980 when we all rode our bikes everywhere and we went swimming in Little Fresh Pond. But times have changed and things have changed and we have a huge issue. We had a huge influx of people. We need to work on sidings for the railroad. We need to get more trains going because I think, honestly, that's where our biggest relief is going to come from. But until then, we have somebody now who's stepped up and said, you know what, I want to try some new things and see if they work. If they work, great. If they don't, it doesn't go through. It's 2 weeks. It's a pilot program. It does not remove the restriction. You can all come back and you can all yell at us in 2 weeks if they approve it.
All right,
So Charlie, I'm not quite
I
done.
want to get, and there's still maybe people who didn't fill out yellow cards who wish to be heard, so we may
Okay,
not be
well, I have
done
an
with the
important
public hearing.
question for the highway
All right.
superintendent, and I know this is on for a vote today. Did you or anyone reach out in official capacity to the school on this matter? And do we have any feedback besides having conversations with people on the side?
I did
Is the
not.
school taking any kind of official position on this? Did
I-
they weigh in?
I
And
thought-
have you reached out
No,
to
we
them?
have a 2-week pilot program to see if it even affects the school.
School's
Okay.
not
The
in
police are
session.
going to monitor and see if it affects traffic in front of the school.
Do you know that, just,
There's a whole, everybody, you're, all right, I will recognize Sean Hattrick.
just last, before I leave, that we have a problem or an issue with people that live on private roads. They pay the same or close to the same highway tax. And I have the same argument with them. I say, it's not about your road, it's about all the roads. The highway superintendent, the highway department in the town of Southampton is responsible for all the roads, and they are available to all of us. Private roads pay their money, but we don't service them. Sabonic and Shrubland clearly is a town road.
All right, thank you.
So Charlie, one
Oh.
question before you go, please.
Councilman Martell?
Sorry. So I'm liaison to highway. Charlie and I speak quite often. You know, we've drawn stuff on napkins, we've looked at other issues, and we disagree on a lot of them, we agree on a lot of them, but I've let him do what he thought was right, and they've worked out tremendously, both for neighborhoods in Flanders and in Hampton Bays, and hopefully soon in Watermill. So I'm supporting you on the 2-week trial, okay? However, I really want to understand how you're going to gauge the results of this. Is it just the amount of traffic that's going to go? Is it going to be they're now going slowly through the neighborhoods in an organized fashion? Like, what is success?
Success is that 39 clears up earlier than it does right now. That's success.
Would it be at jeopardy of a continual line of traffic on their road? That's what I'm trying to,
It probably would be.
so to me,
But
that's
for a
not a success. A success would be a nice flow of traffic.
So the success is the amount of time. Is it 3 hours to get through, or is it an hour to get through? Do we suffer together, or just 90% of us suffer for that length of time? That's the success. If 39 clears up by 9 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock, it's a success. If it clears up by 8:30, even better. You know what's going on in Hampton Bays now? People realize we're out there. So instead of leaving at 5 o'clock or 5:30, they're leaving at 7, and they're still getting into Southampton by 7:30. We just gave them an extra hour of their day in the morning. That's success. If I'm on 39 and I could get through at 9:30, that's success. Yes.
No doubt, if 39 flowed better past there, you would not need to take that road.
Exactly.
So that's
And
the
as it got
ultimate-
better, then these other side roads would lighten up. And we'd all get a little of the brunt for a short amount of time. That's all we want to do. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Sean, did you want to say something in terms of the school board? And did you come here on this issue today, or were you here on something else?
No, I came here on this issue.
All right.
I was here to listen. My name is Sean Hattrick. I am on the Tuckahoe School Board. I live on North Bishop's Lane. You know, a couple things. You know, first of all, I commend all of you for trying to tackle a problem that doesn't have a lot of great answers. And Cindy, I know you're taking some heat for trying something. One of the comments that was made by Mr. McCardle was that the goal is to redirect traffic back onto the highways. I do want to say that this goal is the exact opposite of that. And so you do have to appreciate that all the people that have spoken against this today are like, hey, we all know that there's a problem. Every street, including mine, including all of ours, I don't care what street you live on, it is different than it was 10 years ago. But you are asking them to change their neighborhood so that traffic can be alleviated, 10 miles down the track. And so I understand why they are resisting that. And, as far as the school, I do worry. Sabonic Road, I have 3 houses on Sabonic Road that my family owns, and so I'm well aware of what goes on that street and the speeding. I do think the 40-mile-an-hour speed zone there is crazy. I've never understood it, but it's never gone anywhere. I know you guys are just doing the 2-week pilot program. I do question how you are going to gauge its success or failure, but that's up to you, and we'll all be back afterwards. So I want to commend you for trying things. I do want to say if your fundamental goal is to increase flow on the main arteries, this is the exact opposite of that. And you have to understand, it bums me out, Cindy, that it takes you an hour to get from East Quogue to here. It does. But you have to understand the people that live on these side streets here are like, I never expected this in a million years. I wouldn't have bought on Sabonic. And so there's a term called moving to the nuisance, but there's another idea of having the nuisance move to you. And it's one thing, all of us have had traffic increase just by the sheer magnitude of people that are out here. But to have a law changed to make it worse on you is a little tough to take, understandably, for these people. So I do get that. The school district in the morning, I think you've got to be very careful I don't want to jump ahead of it. I did not want to speak today on this. You're going to decide on this pilot program today. I will be back certainly if this goes further than that, because I do want to discuss the dangers that I think will occur in front of the schools and the reasons why this was actually enacted in the first place. But I do think you have to balance, and I don't have a great answer for you. You know, the only answer that makes sense to me is that somehow that road, the main artery, becomes bigger, so there are 2 lanes coming out here for a longer period of time, and that you can somehow reverse. I don't know how you get all that property and remove all those businesses to do that, so I don't envy what these solutions are, but you do have to appreciate that you're potentially changing a law that's going to make these people bear more of a brunt than they're used to, and that they're already experiencing, which is a pretty lousy one. And we all are. So I don't know. We are a victim of our own success. But you are creating a rule that is doing the exact thing that you aimed not to do, which is to create more traffic on the side streets. That's why you did what you're doing in Hampton Bays, to alleviate that for those people.
3 minutes.
So, anyway,
All right.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Sean.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else who has not filled out a card who wishes to be heard on this public hearing? Gail Lombardi?
I'm legally blind, so watch that foot. I wasn't going to speak on this because I really do commend people who come out and protect their neighborhoods. And I really commend Cindy and Charlie, and it takes a lot for me to commend too many people on this town board. But the thing is that this town board is looking to build and build, bless you, build and build and build. And somebody said capacity issues. This is exactly the problem. You want to build in Hampton Bays hundreds of apartments. You came out with a housing plan. You want to build the development on County Road 39. You want to put the pool in. Build, 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 build. And we are a product of our own success. This administration has gotten to the point where you're ruining the actual character and the actual quality of life by selling the soul of Hampton Bays to the highest bidder. This is your problem. You created it. People moved out from the city for their summer houses, lived here full time. I moved out here 22 years ago and never looked back. But you are ruining the town. You've created this problem. It is a problem that you've created. And I do feel sorry for those people. I live on a main street in Hampton Bays. I moved, and I'll use that gentleman's, I moved to the chaos, but I was from the city. I live on Squiretown Road. It's a busy road. We get out of our driveway, we're lucky we don't get T-boned. My partner, I pray every day he makes it to cardio rehab because he had a heart attack. But you made this problem, and yet you're approving all this development. You have to stop. If there's development east of the canal, as far east where people, you say East Hampton, people want places to live. Sag Harbor, teachers need places to live. Stop the development west of the canal and stop the traffic because it's gotten ridiculous. I feel horrible for these people, but I commend you guys for trying something. That's all I have to say. I wasn't going to speak at this hearing.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not filled out a yellow card who wishes to be heard at this public hearing? All right, hopefully it will be the last. Ma'am, in the back.
Can I submit one too, so I don't have to get all along?
Yes. You're just submitting written comments, just hand them to the clerk here.
Hi, I'm Pamela Harwood of the Bridgehampton Civic Association. I wasn't going to speak on this particular topic either, but I have to say what this last lady was saying is absolutely true. And I sat here today and thinking, well, what do you think is the root cause of all of this traffic? And that's what you're not addressing. The root cause over the years has been more development, and everybody who owns property has a right to develop that property. However, what the land use boards in this town have allowed are lots of variances that allow people to overbuild on those properties beyond what town code allows them, and I've spoken ad nauseum on this subject. And so when you get a variance, I can't fit my swimming pool in, I can't fit the tennis court in with the setback I'm supposed to have. Well, so then that tennis court, before you know it, you get the trade parade. The people servicing the tennis court, they have to come and service your pool. They have to come and service your irrigation system. This is the trade parade. All the overdevelopment is what all of these trucks are about, what the trade parade is about, and a lot of this traffic is trade parade. It's not just people trying to get their jobs at a school. That is part of it. But I agree, you have created this problem by allowing so much overdevelopment, even within people's properties, and going around what town code allows. And I also have to say, I have complete sympathy for the people on Sabonic Road. I also would not, want my road opened up again. However, all the hamlets, and I wouldn't just say it's west of the canal. It's west of the canal and it's east of the canal. We're all one town. Everybody is suffering from this. And I think you have to look at all that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Rich, you've already spoken, I'm sorry. We're not doing a second round. Sir?
My name is Parker Hodges.
Yeah, hey, Parker.
I live on Millstone Lane in Southampton. I agree with
You just wait till you get to, just re-identify yourself now. You're talking.
My name is Parker Hodges. I live in Millstone Lane off Millstone Brook Road. I agree with the lady that spoke that the problem is not the traffic, it's what created the traffic. Overdevelopment, lack of housing for locals or low-income people. And when you have a house in Southampton where I've seen over 100 cars parked laboring a day, that adds up to tons of vehicles heading east in the morning and west at night. And it just doesn't stop. Way too much development. And I think that's where the problem is, and that's what should be looked at. Who cares if they're in line and County Road 39 waiting to get to work? Why should they take back roads? That's their job, to go work on that house. Take your time and get there. Don't go on back roads and disturb neighborhoods.
All right, thank you, Parker. All right, anyone else who has not spoken? Okay, Cindy, this is your resolution, right? So do you
Yep.
you want to close the public hearing? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you
because
almost have to.
it's on for today, so,
Yeah, so you have to, if we can't vote on it unless it's closed. So.
yeah, I'll make a motion to close it.
All right, so a motion by Councilwoman McNamara to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so that hearing is closed. Before we move on to the next public hearing, a couple things, and I know a bunch of you probably want to exit, and I'll ask you to do so quietly in a moment, but I want to take a moment because there is an individual here who's been very patiently waiting, because I wanted to recognize that individual, and we didn't do it before that hearing, and now she's waited through that public hearing. So Lori Rogan, she's the town's victim advocate at our Justice Court, and she's been selected to receive a Child Abuse and Neglect Family Violence Volunteer Professional of the Year Award, sponsored by the Suffolk County Advisory Board on Child Protection and the Task Force on Family Violence. And if we have here a certificate of recognition, if I could get Lori to come forward. And I'll just read this real quick. In grateful appreciation of the dedication you have shown to your community, especially as a crisis intervention counselor at the Southampton Town Justice Court, we are particularly impressed by your receipt of the 37th Annual Child Abuse and Neglect Family Violence Professional of the Year Award. This important and much-deserved distinction recognizes your critical contributions to making our home a better and safer place to live, work, and visit. For all of this and more, we offer our sincerest thanks, warmest congratulations, and best wishes in all your future endeavors. And that's on behalf of all of us. Thank you. We may have a lot of traffic, but we're a pretty darn great place to live, and it's thanks to people like Lori, so, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on to the second public hearing notice. I will just pause for a moment for people to exit. Actually, while you're exiting, we're going to, just in the interest of time, I'll have the clerk read the second public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 2 to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 50, Open Government, to remove the requirement that particular interviews be conducted in public.
All right, and introducing this will be Deputy Town Attorney Kathleen Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Currently, the town code requires that public interviews be conducted for the filling of available positions on paid appointed boards within the town. Those boards are identified as the Planning Board, the Zoning Board, the Conservation Board, the LRB, the ARB, and the Assessment Review Board. The current law also notes that positions in holdover status for more than 2 weeks shall be deemed vacant and require a public interview to the extent that a candidate is interested in reappointment. The purpose of the proposal before you is to remove the public interview requirement in an effort to foster an increased willingness of individuals to participate and to serve on the various appointed boards. The proposed law instead states that upon request by any town board member, an interview shall be conducted in executive session for the filling of available positions on the Planning Board, the Zoning Board, and the Conservation Board, which are your 3 major land use boards. It also notes that whether or not an executive session interview is requested, letters of interest or a candidate's resume shall be circulated to all members of the town board prior to the introduction of any appointment resolution. And as an aside, from a purely legal perspective, Article 7 of Public Officers Law, which addresses open meetings law, at Section 105(1)(f), specifically allows the board to conduct an executive session to discuss the employment history of a person or matters leading to the appointment of an individual. Does the board have any questions?
Kathleen, when was the law first enacted that created this public interview process?
So, that law was adopted, I apologize, in 2009, March of 2009, by local law number 6 of 2009.
And you were here at the time, correct?
I was, correct, yes.
So, do you recall ever a candidate for planning board or zoning board being interviewed in the public?
Other than 2009, no.
All right, so the past practice of the board has not been to interview in public, and so.
Correct.
And is there a concern that qualified people may choose not to put their names forward for these boards, to not have their private lives exposed?
Correct.
Queried in
Be asked
public?
questions that might not be appropriate in public.
Okay, and it's typical practice for other town boards to do public interviews for planning and zoning
No.
board? It's not?
No.
It was not certainly when I was in East Hampton? All right. Okay, I have no other questions. Any other questions? All right, thank you. All right, I have only one card so far on this issue. Pamela Harwood wishes to be heard.
Pamela Harwood, the Bridgehampton Civic Association. I only know about this topic from what I read in the Southampton Press, so I'm just speaking to that. And they made it sound like it's really one part of number 5 on today's agenda, which is about recruitment and so forth, recruitment and retention of land use boards. But I wonder, it sounds as if you have never, or very rarely, interviewed in public anyway. But I understand that I think a lot of people feel that we're getting fewer and fewer people for public office, whether it be here, the city, the state, on national level, because I'm under the impression it's mostly the media that attacks people, finds out things about their private lives and so forth, and that a lot of people wouldn't want to go through that process. However, when it comes to interviewing for a position in the town, I would assume you don't have to ask questions about people's private life. Did you inhale when you were in Oxford, and that sort of thing. I don't see how that would even come up or need to come up. And I think it would benefit the public to be able to see these interviews in public or to even know who you were considering. So I think that I would be in favor of having these interviews, or at least one of them. You might want to have several interviews with a candidate and have an executive session where you meet in private. But I think it would benefit the public to at least see at least one of these hearings, or not hearings, but interviews in public. But I see this tied in with the larger topic that is on today, number 5 on your agenda today. So I'd like to speak more about it then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else? I don't have any other cards. Actually, let me go to the computer first. Charles, do you have anybody indicating they wish to be heard on this hearing number 2, by raising the raise hand icon? Okay, again, to the audience here, is anyone else who did not fill out a card who wishes to be heard on this issue? All right, I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that is closed. We move on to public hearing number 3. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 3, to consider amending various sections of the town code in connection with cannabis dispensaries and on-site cannabis consumption establishments within the town of Southampton.
All right, thank you, Sunday. We have Michelangelo Lieberman, senior planner now?
Yes.
Planning Department, who will introduce this.
So thank you, Supervisor Scheiderman and the town board. So we're here to talk about retail cannabis and on-site consumption. We're also here to listen. This is an opportunity to discuss some of your concerns and hear from the public. But we're considering the standards and the specific zoning districts for you based off of the industry comments, our research, some of the American Planning Association's conference in San Francisco, and speaking with planners and police department chiefs across Massachusetts. We've looked at the Cape Cod. We had similar demographics and a similar economic structure to the Hamptons. And we spoke with their planners, and so we received feedback. And so the town is among 600 municipalities in New York State who chose not to opt out. And the proposed legislation permits, via special exception, retail sale of cannabis in highway business, in VB and LI, and that you know that in the proposed code. The standards include setbacks in addition to the state's 500 feet school buffer and 200-foot house of worship buffers, including some village green, active parks, and additional areas of concern. It also limits the proximity of cannabis dispensaries to one another, and as well as buffers with residential districts. We also include language prohibiting the signage and advertisements display and depict cannabis and cannabis paraphernalia. So the idea is, of course, that we have the opportunity to govern the place and the time and the manner, what they look like, where they are. And so that is the code, and that's before you today. I'm here for questions. I'm here, of course, to listen to the public and to hopefully provide some information and some concerns.
So just on the time, so we could say you must close at, let's say, 6 p.m.
Yeah, I believe we have that right.
And you can't open, let's say, before 10 a.m., whatever it is. We can
Time,
just-
place, and manner.
But it can't be unreasonable, but.
Correct.
Okay. These dispensaries, I mean, I know a lot of people think it's going to be super crowded and whatever it is, but these are more sort of like smaller. You've limited the size to 3,000 square feet.
Yes, we
More of
have.
a boutique type of experience.
Mm-hmm.
And you
That's
said
correct.
there's over 600 towns that have not opted out. So my understanding is wherever there is a dispensary in New York State, that there can be deliveries to any area, whether they've opted out or not.
Correct.
They can deliver from that dispensary to any home that
Right.
is looking for product.
And that's a separate permitting structure within the state that we have less oversight over, and it's a different tax structure as well.
And you've also created a setback from other dispensaries so that you couldn't have two together.
We have, it would basically limit it to one hamlet, if, assuming it would be permitted in every hamlet, which is not what we were anticipating. The state has said, there's only a certain amount of permits that would go out, and
And the state also prohibits co-location, right? So you can't have a lounge on-site consumption.
Correct.
And so a dispensary nobody would be able to use there,
Correct.
correct? They would be able to purchase and then,
Right, it's a separate use, and if one were to operate a on-site consumption, it would have to be either alcohol or cannabis, not two
and
in
my
the same.
understanding of the draft law too is that in terms of consumption, a nightclub or tavern could give up alcohol and switch to marijuana.
As per our, yep,
However, they couldn't have both. They'd have just the one. They'd have to sort of be existing or a place that would allow that.
a nightclub or bar or tavern, correct.
Okay, but not a restaurant with a bar. We're talking
Correct.
about a nightclub.
These are separate special exception standards that we would adhere to. We define that as we're considering these these on-site consumption sites similar to those uses. And so it would follow those special exception standards already in the code.
So now for the dispensaries, the zones, you basically took some retail zones, right? And have basically said, if you can meet the setbacks to schools and churches and
Village greens,
playgrounds,
museums.
village greens, community centers, et cetera,
Libraries,
you still have to go through the planning board, because it's not a given, it's a special
exception,
type
correct.
of use. So the planning board would have to make a determination, they might request traffic studies and things like that, go through a process, okay.
Yeah, that's been the general concern when speaking to other planners and chief police, and we get their feedback, and it's really one word: traffic.
And then you still also need a license, right? New York State,
Absolutely.
like to open up a liquor store, New York State Liquor Authority would have to give you a license.
Absolutely, and they've structured their licenses or licensees in a way in which there's more people participating in the process to award more jobs. And that's something that the state is quite proud of. So one can't have the on-site consumption, the retail, the delivery. Those are all supposed to go to separate entities.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Michelangelo?
Yeah, if you can have a dispensary and a consumption lounge right next to it.
Can't.
Or,
We didn't include that standard, but that's something that we could definitely
I mean,
add.
you could legitimately have a dispensary in several on-site consumption businesses close by, because you talked about downtown revitalization. So in my opinion, the village business shouldn't even exist in this. We talked about it at work session.
Right.
You know, I'm liaison to Sagaponack, Watermill, Hampton Bays, Flanders, Riverside. At our meetings, there was no one in favor of it being in the downtown village business. You know, Watermill's almost exempt because they don't really have a place for it. But Hampton Bays, or even Little East Quogue, could have a consumption lounge on Main Street, and I think that's ridiculous. I think that needs to change before I would vote for this.
The consumption lounge, I don't know if it would be permitted in VB. The retail use would be
Yeah, but the
permitted.
dispensary itself, my opinion is it doesn't belong in village business.
Okay.
And that's what we spoke about, it's still there.
The sponsor wanted to include it and to continue that conversation. And really, it does come down to the traffic scenario. So when we speak to the industry, well, one, we have a limited amount of LI 40 uses. And HB is typically not suitable for retail use because of traffic. So VB, SCB, these are areas that do accommodate heavy flow. If we look at this as just a retail use and we forget what they're selling and we don't see it, and it's just a retail use, that kind of flow, whereas our research has indicated that upwards of a Starbucks of 500 residents, or excuse me, users or consumers, we wouldn't want that necessarily north of the highway or north of LIRR in Bridgehampton, abutting a residential area in an LI zone. We may want to retain that in a village business where that consumer culture would also extend beyond that use. But
I don't know of any of my CACs that would agree that the culture needs to be downtown, that the consumption lounges, which will come quickly after it, and all the other shops that belong with it belong at a downtown.
we can change it, and that's what we're here today to talk about.
Open the possibilities. Those downtown areas, though, typically you cannot meet these setbacks. You have community centers, you have churches, you have libraries, you
In
have.
certain,
you
it
have
does
community-
limit it, but there
community
are
greens,
some options.
Like Watermill, for example, there's no property in that VB zone that I can see that can meet those setbacks. So even though you have village business zoning, because of the community center building and because of the water mill, the windmill green, there's just no properties that meet it. So I'm open to look at it. Originally, I had said LI 40. I thought that was the low-hanging fruit because the town allows more intensive types of uses there, adult entertainment and things like that. And I said, well, but LI 40 had properties in residential areas, so.
Right, so it
So I
limits.
originally said LI 40, but you'd have to be on a state or county highway. But it was just so restrictive that only a few buildings actually qualified. And we had several work sessions, and I tried to listen to the comments from the town board. And so we looked at other retail zones so that we wouldn't make only one or two landlords, give them a monopoly on this. So this is challenging. We can't not opt out, basically allow it and then zone it out of existence. That's not something we can do. We can't basically prohibit as an active zoning. So we're gonna have to provide some place for it to go. The state's not likely going to give very many licenses, so there's not gonna be a lot of these things. The Shinnecocks are likely gonna be the first to the table. They're well on their way to opening probably several dispensaries at the reservation. It's possible that all those little smoke shops, they will allow it at. That's their decision. That's not something that we have any control over. The second round of licenses, the state has signaled that they will own the leases, that the state will partner with social equity candidates, and the state will work to find locations that are allowable under the town's zoning. The state hasn't reached out to me, I don't think, or anybody yet, with those candidates. And so it's really the third round that this may particularly apply to. And at that point, people will probably have other dispensaries in other parts of New York State that are delivering out in our area. It's hard to say what the volume will be. A lot of the people who might be customers here are coming from Manhattan, where apparently they're not enforcing the law now, that there's people selling in New York quite a bit, Brooklyn and New York, at least that's what I've heard.
Albany's not happy about it, but yes, that's
And Albany's not doing anything about it.
to the best of my knowledge now.
So, anyway, we're trying to figure out if it's going to happen here in the town of Southampton, how to do it in a regulated way that protects residential properties, that protects children, that addresses the traffic concerns. This is not an easy thing to do, but it certainly will be for sale at the reservation. And, and that probably won't be long before that occurs. So, anyway. But with that, does anybody else have any other questions?
I actually have several. I actually just want to back up because I wasn't on this board when they didn't vote to not opt out. So this is the first chance that the public has even had a chance to speak about this. I know in Riverhead, they brought it to a vote. They voted not to opt out. Then they formed a marijuana advisory committee. They've had 3 public forums on the zoning. I think they finally just come up with their draft of recommendations. We had one work session on this, and we were only discussing dispensaries. We never even discussed, we were supposed to have another work session to discuss the consumption part of it. The biggest issues I have are the biggest things, like we asked, in that work session, I think there were at least some of us that said no VB, and yet here it is. And the issue I have is that people don't understand is the state set the lowest, right? The closest you could have it to a school or a church is 200 feet from a church or 500 feet from a school.
Correct.
So to give people some idea of what that is, if town hall were a church, the school next door could be a dispensary. If town hall were a school, the first
No, it's property line
shop.
to property
Yeah,
line.
we abut the
It's
school.
not door to door like the
No,
liquor license?
property line to property line.
Yeah, it's, and of course, we
But I
can
mean,
actually
those are
further
your,
define that.
but those are your 200, 500 feet differences. That's from here to the school or from here to the first business on Pine Street and Hampton Road. So,
I can speak to the setbacks if you would like.
Okay.
So, of course, I don't fully understand the state's research, but I do know that out west, they did initially come out with 1,000-foot setbacks. And what they ended up doing is they found that they ended up congregating and really kind of pushing these cannabis retail dispensaries in one area. They later, Washington State, a lot of municipalities, this is when I attended that conference in San Francisco, they discussed how they all lessened the setbacks because they found that the use was not impacting the community in the way they initially predicted. So New York State's late to the game. There's 18 states that have allowed for this. There's over 7,000 retail dispensaries in our country. So they've attained this research from the wheel already being invented. We're not reinventing the wheel here, although it's, of course, the first time on Long Island. So it feels that way.
But so these setbacks that we're setting now, if you're saying there's going to be one per hamlet, wouldn't you want that one to be as far away from a school or a church as possible?
Absolutely. Well, it's not saying one per hamlet. Let's backtrack there. It's just we have a 3,000 foot buffer between cannabis dispensaries. So it kind of, it's almost a half a mile. It's over half a mile.
And then there's a 100-foot setback from residential.
Correct.
Okay, so our neighboring districts, just so everybody knows, have done 500 and 1,000-foot setbacks. They've done 500 feet from residential. And then I had a question on the County Road 39 portion of the zoning, where County Road 39 is not all County Road 39. It's, I don't know if Jim, this is maybe a legal issue. It's County Road 39 and County Road 39A.
Mm-hmm.
Does that have to be written into it that way? Because it is.
Is it specific in the legislation?
It
says County Road 39.
Yeah, west of intersection David White's Lane for County Road 39. We could.
Just to clarify.
And then I
Yeah.
don't understand why the west side of one of the busiest intersections in the town would be allowable as a site.
Well, so in no case shall a cannabis dispensary be located on Noyak Road or County Road 39 west of the intersection of David White's Lane. So it would be David White's Lane west where it's.
So the
both-
corner of David White's Lane
Mm-hmm.
on the west side could be a dispensary.
No, it would be on the east side, it could be a dispensary. So west of it.
That's what
Yeah.
that's what I meant. The east side
The
of David
east
White's
side.
Lane, that empty building could be a dispensary.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's, I think, it's HB, and then there's LI
40.
right behind it, and I think that was the consideration there.
Okay. So, I mean, I would like to see it be all of 39, and I would actually like to see it as expanded as to within a certain distance of County Road 39, because just because your address isn't on 39 doesn't mean that you're not a traffic implication to 39. I think that's
Okay.
important to take into consideration. And then this zoning considers, it carves out busy roads east of the canal, like Noyak and County Road 39, but it does nothing for Flanders Road. I mean,
Well, I
there could
could-
be one on the traffic circle in Riverside.
So Noyak Road was contemplated because there is VB on Noyak Road, and we wanted to exclude that because it's quite residential, and we didn't want that kind of traffic. If we're Riverside, at the traffic circle, it's HB, so that would be theoretically permitted.
Okay.
So that is something we can consider.
So I just think there's more that we definitely need to look at. I don't think we need to rush through this. I think we need to take our time and really, set in some pretty strong restrictions to start with, because, it's like you couldn't opt out ever, and if you didn't opt out by the 31st, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of the emails that I'm getting anyway are still thinking that we can still opt out. They don't understand that once we failed to opt out by December 31st, we can never opt out, but all of those 600 or so municipalities that opted out because the legislation wasn't clear and wasn't fully in place, they can opt back in at any time. They can let us all be the guinea pigs and figure it all out, and then they can come to the table and say, you know what, we want a piece of the pie too, now that you've all figured it out. So I think we need to start, in my opinion, as the most restrictive we can, and back off of it as we see how it progresses. I mean, because it's not even so much the marijuana part for me. We just had a huge public hearing on traffic implications in this town. And this is going to be potentially, the first one that happens will be the only dispensary between, except for the reservation, between Riverhead and Montauk, because everybody else in between has opted out. All the villages have opted out. East Hampton Town has opted out.
If I
It's
could
us.
recommend, if traffic is a big consideration, maybe shopping center business should be reconsidered.
I don't know why it was taken off the list, because in all honesty, it's a huge parking lot. You're going there to getting something.
Right.
It's a traffic, it's got a light, you're pulling in, you're parking, you're getting out of your car, you're getting what you go to get there for, you're getting back in your car, and you're on your way. I mean, that makes more sense to me than village business.
That's a fair comment. So it's, how would you like to proceed?
We can discuss that. Is that any
I
other
just think we need a
questions?
lot more
Any other
discussion.
questions for Michelangelo? All right, thank you, Michelangelo.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we're going to go to the public. I have a number of people who filled out cards. Each speaker, again, is afforded 3 minutes to make their comments known. We'll start with Ray D'Angelo, and on bat is Gail Lombardi.
Okay. What was this, selling blue blazers here? You all got blazers, huh?
Black.
Okay, some states have legalized marijuana for a few years now, like Colorado did it in 2013. And there's been impact to the citizens. There's been a study increase in negative effects to the health, and motor vehicle deaths have increased. There's problems with adolescents and school issues. Of course, there's mental health issues. Many social problems, including that the black market continues to thrive. You got to understand, just because you're going to be taxing this, it'd be much cheaper for people to buy from a dealer that's untaxed. I happen to know right now in Hampton Bays, I know when I walk my dog, there's several people growing marijuana. So this is a big problem, a really big problem. We should never have opted in to allow this sale. It was a mistake. Some of the statistics, alarmingly, 69% of marijuana users say they have driven under the influence. 27% admitted to doing daily. So, I mean, no matter where you put these things, another problem is when they're driving, it's much harder to ascertain if somebody's under the influence of marijuana rather than alcohol. So, I mean, and, this is a problem of public safety. And the biggest problem we have is we have always, and it's an issue that I always bring up, is the tale of two towns. We have the unincorporated areas where we're going to have this, and then we have the villages who are opted out. And there's people on this board, I'm not going to start saying where people live, they're going to vote on this, they're not affected by it because they live in villages and it's not going to be allowed. So again, we're being dumped on again. In Hampton Bays, I agree with Councilperson Martel that no way should that be anywhere in downtown there should be a sale. It's very congested now. It's more congested than it ever been. Again, we have people going there probably stopping by on their way out east, get their marijuana. They're probably smoking in a car, and there you go. They're driving under the influence. So it's a safety issue. It's something that, again, I guess it's too late to change what was done. It was, we had hearings during COVID and everything, and somehow this went by, and people, I guess, maybe thought it was a good idea. But again, evidently, half the town, 7 villages, have opted out of it. And who's getting stuck with this? This is a constant problem we see, that the unincorporated areas become dumping grounds. And, of course, and I commend you, people that live in the village, you're smart enough to realize that you have the extra protection of the villages, so you're not going to be affected by this stuff. All right, Hampton Bays and Flanders have over 50% of the school-age children. These facilities should not be in any of those areas. Children should not be exposed to this, as simple as that. And again, I wish we could go back in time, we can't, but I don't know how this is going to work out. Again, you could go on, Google it, you could see the problems that it's created in states that have allowed it. It's not a free ride, and they haven't gotten the income that they thought they were going to get.
3 minutes.
They haven't gotten the income that they thought they were going to get because, again, the black market flourishes because it's untaxed. So,
Thank you, Mr. D'Angelo.
what are we going to do? It's too late.
All right, Gail, you're next. Gail will be followed by Robert Fischetti.
I'm flabbergasted by this whole conversation. I came here with a prepared speech, but to listen to say that pot sales is akin to any retail? Where the hell am I living? Are you kidding me? To have Supervisor Schneiderman say that we opted out, we didn't opt out, right? We didn't opt out. And as Cindy said, one of the few places on the East End, but we can't zone out? Why not?
It's illegal.
Then limit it. The fact that it is widespread, and I commend Rick Martell because I was actually on the Zoom call when there were plenty of people at that CAC meeting that said it shouldn't be in village business. So thank you, Rick, for standing up for the people that actually spoke, and there was a good number of people that were against it being in the village business. So this got opted in, inadvertently or purposely, and I just don't understand. I think there was public hearings. I could be wrong, Cindy, but I think there was public hearings to opt in and out. I didn't participate because I felt like this town board had already made, the existing town board, had already made the decision to opt out. And I believe, Supervisor Nyman, you were quoted as saying about revenue, where revenue in the town of Southampton has become more important than public safety, traffic. People.
I did not say that.
I didn't say you said that, but you said that revenue was an important part. I'm pretty sure I saw that on TV.
It's the least important part.
I don't remember that being the quick code, but okay. But the fact is that the public safety of having, cannabis stores in the community is not especially as Ray said, with all our children. We tell our children to, the old, this is your brain, the egg, and here's your egg on drugs, right? The fried egg. And yet we're saying it's okay to have recreational marijuana in our community when we have a large population of students. That's the biggest problem. And as Ray said, it's a really big problem. I've heard it is akin to liquor stores. And that's not really true. Liquor stores, I drink alcohol. People drink alcohol because it tastes good. I don't try to change my it does. I don't try to change my mental state. The pot changes your mental state. So we're telling kids it's okay to change your mental state. That's the purpose of pot. I'm not against people that smoke it. People do what they want. But our town board is saying it's okay. And that's a big difference. That's a huge difference. So I think where it needs to be, if it is illegal, I didn't realize that, Supervisor Steinman, to zone it out, but limit it. It has to be very, very limited. It's not safe for our children. And we really need to think about the future, which seems that this board is selling the soul of the town of Southampton to the highest bidder by its decisions in the past year or two. It's very sad to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just a point of clarification. So New York State, and not this town board, but New York State legalized recreational marijuana. You can smoke marijuana, you can possess marijuana. The only decision before us is where you can purchase it. And so, in making a decision whether the town would allow places to purchase, we knew in the center of the town, the Shinnecock Reservation, they broadcast very early that they would have places available. And so that meant that if there's nowhere else, all your traffic is right there on Montauk Highway, all going to the reservation. That's the only location. It meant that anyone who lived in the community off the reservation couldn't partake in this economic opportunity because some of our residents think that there might be viable income that they could derive from the legalization. In terms of regulations, in terms of product regulations, I don't know what the Shinnecock Nation is subject to. I know outside the reservation, the scrutiny that goes into those products. And then the last thing is revenue. So yes, if there are locations within the town of Southampton, they are subject to a 3% tax that comes to the town. There's nothing else that, the town receives no sales tax from anything other than potentially from this. Not how much, Who knows? But could the money be used to address some of the issues that Ms. Lombardi or others articulated in terms of, community impacts? Could we provide mental health counseling, addiction prevention, treatment, and things like that? We would have potentially some revenue to do that. So, look, it's not an easy decision, but it's very clear that the residents of Southampton can legally use. If they can get it, they can legally use it, and it's very clear that it will be available for sale in the heart of Southampton at the reservation. So that's really the question, is would that be a monopoly? Would that be the only location, or would there be other alternatives? Brookhaven did not opt out. Riverhead did not opt out. Babylon did not opt out, nor did 600 other towns in New York State. So I'm sorry, sir, but I just wanted to clarify those things.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Robert Fischetti. I'm an attorney in Southampton. I represent Watermill Square Associates, LLC, which is the owner of 670 Montauk Highway in Watermill. I'm joined today by the owner of that LLC, Benjamin Rinsler. 670 Montauk Highway, my client's property, is a 2.287 acre commercial property in the Village Business Zone. You may know it from the post office in Watermill and restaurant, deli, hair salon, several other uses. So there are over 20 tenants at Watermill Square. So my client is in favor of the law and the village business designation, but has concerns about the wording of the law and how it's proposed. So there are some restrictions, as it's been mentioned, that will have sort of a sweeping effect on Watermill. So the 200 feet from museums, which seems restrictive without being necessarily connected to a rational basis. Very different from a school or a house of worship. Museum patrons are not a class of people that need protection from this law. 200 feet from an active park or recreation facility. I struggled to find in the town code or in the 1999 comprehensive plan an actual clear-cut definition of what an active park is. There doesn't seem to be a designation of that, or a comparison of active versus inactive. There's some sort of implied arguments, but there's nothing clear, that helps someone reading this law to know how it's applied. 200 feet from village greens. Also, I had trouble finding any distinct definition of a village green in the town code. Village center is identified. East Quogue Village Green and Good Ground Green are specifically referenced, but I couldn't find a definition for that. So there's some concern about how that would apply. As it relates to this 670 Montauk Highway, my client's property, the property across the street, which was mentioned, the windmill property, 695 Montauk Highway, is a significant concern. From the town records, it appears it's owned by the Watermill Village Improvement Association, which is a private entity. But is this, does that count as a village green? Is it an active park? The wording of the law is vague, and it leaves my client's property's eligibility vague. However, even if the wording is corrected, there seems to be an unreasonable restriction on the Watermill Hamlet Center, which is as you know, the whole stretch. So 695 Montauk Highway with the windmill has 565 or so feet of frontage. So that plus 200 feet would basically disqualify all of the owners in that Watermill Hamlet Center, which would be sort of a disproportionate impact on them. Similarly, the 3,000 foot setback is a concern. The New York State Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act has already set the setbacks, 500 feet from a school, 200 feet from a house of worship, and my client takes no issue with those. But by establishing those setbacks, the state has arguably preempted further restrictions of setbacks. They've signaled that they've already addressed that issue of where it is. Very similarly, the New York Court of Appeals has ruled in the past that the state liquor laws, as far as setbacks, have preempted local zoning laws from doing that, and the same reasoning should apply here, that the state has already addressed that issue. The proposed law also includes a line that the parcel shall be sufficient size and shape so as to provide for required buffer and transition yards intended to screen the development from adjacent properties, which we have concerns about the vague wording of that. It sort of presumes that but doesn't require that they would be on a single-use property. So my client's property, as I mentioned, has several uses. And this is the same concern with the 100-foot residential setback. So on the west side of my client's property, there is a residential property. The eastern tenants, for lack of a better word, would be 100 feet away, but because it's a mixed-use property with multiple tenants, it's sort of unfairly disadvantaged by the wording of the law.
30 seconds.
Thank you. So the concern, it's no secret that retail businesses have suffered. The overall effect of this new law would be to unfairly limit the Watermill Hamlet Center from being able to take advantage of this new retail opportunity. And so on behalf of my client, I would ask that the vote be postponed to reconsider the wording of the law to address those issues.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you'd like that property to not be disqualified? Because under the law, and I view that the windmill, though it may not be defined, it's called the Village Green. So, and then there's
Yes.
a community center there too, not far from it, so.
Yes, and so the Village Green, I mean, what is the, I know.
We can debate this, you don't even have to answer, but the thrust of your position is that there are spaces within Watermill Center that you would like to have the option to be considered for retail cannabis use?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right, Tracy Colson?
Actually, I'm going to hold off until Tim and Kelly give their...
All right, I'm just gonna put you in the back. All right, we'll go on to Matthew, looks like Schweber? Schweber.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Matt Schweber. I'm a cannabis lawyer with the law firm of Feuerstein & Kulik in Manhattan. I'm here because I spend a lot of time in Watermill, and I'm a concerned citizen and somebody that also wanted to offer some intellectual resources and market expertise in the cannabis industry. I've been representing cannabis companies for 10 years. One of the things that I think it's important for the board, first of all, I want to commend you for actually being one of the few towns in Long Island to allow for cannabis use. The plant has been wrapped in taboos for many, many years, and a large consequence of hostility towards Native American communities, Mexican American communities, and African American communities. By banning it, all we do is reinforce those prejudices, and we don't eliminate any of the issues concerned with safety. But more importantly, I wanted to talk about your ordinance, which, quite frankly, I think is very premature. And the reason why it's premature is that I think it's important for the state to release its regulations first. If we were to go through this ordinance on a systematic basis, you would find that many of these provisions are actually preempted by specific statutory provisions in the MRTA. I can go through them. I can bore you with the minutia. I don't want to bore people that are sitting here and waiting to speak. I'm happy for the town attorney to reach out to me or anybody else who's concerned. But I think it's important to recognize that a couple things about this statute. The state regards the preemptive scope of this statute to mirror that of, one, the alcohol beverage law, control law, which is incredibly expansive and broad in its scope. And when it refers to time, place, and manner restrictions, it's drawing that language from zoning regulations about adult use businesses. Now, when the adult use businesses have been regulated so that they don't conflict with the First Amendment, in every instance, the town has to demonstrate adverse consequences and secondary effects in order to be able to implement time, place, and manner restrictions. That hasn't been done in this ordinance at all. The state also regards itself as the sole determinant of the spaces between dispensaries. Now, whether or not that's reflected in regulations, I don't know, but in my discussions with Axel Burnaby, who's part of the Office of Cannabis Management, he believes that that's part of the preserve of the state. There are other things in here, too, that have similar types of problems with them. They seem to arrogate to itself what constitutes the preserve of the state. And I think that's really important, and I think the way to avoid that is to wait until the state issues its dispensary and consumption lounge regulations, probably within the next 90 days, at the bare maximum 90 days, and then to hold a meeting and then to have discussions with interested parties about all the things about setbacks and all the other issues to make sure they don't conflict, because the last thing that this town wants is lawsuits on its hand from all of those people people who have been effectively relegated to the margins or have been barred entirely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, next up is Benjamin Rinsler.
Maybe we should have opted out until those were in place.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I own the Watermill Square, and I was excited and happy the town did not opt out, and expected I would be given an equal crack at this to have a tenant as a dispensary. And as I read your exclusions, I realized you were basically saying the Watermill Square would not be allowed to have it despite it being village business. It was very disheartening. It's been very difficult in Watermill. There's a renaissance in Watermill. I'm proud of myself and the other business owners and my tenants who I've helped through these years. And I do not espouse negative connotations with marijuana dispensaries any more than I do alcohol sales. Both have to be tempered with, moderation and adult thoughts. Just saying marijuana bad, that's silly. I'd like you guys to be thoughtful. There's people much more educated than me. The last gentleman who spoke was very eloquent and made a lot of sense, but I don't want you guys to say village business can have this and then exclude me because there's a green across the street from me that is beautiful, that I love, that every time I drive by it, it warms my heart, but there's never people there. Who are you protecting by saying I can't have a dispensary? Of course, there's this big, beautiful lawn across the street from me. Similarly, a museum. I love the Watermill Museum down the street. It's probably over 200 feet. I didn't measure it yet, but whose sensibilities are you protecting not having it near a museum? The same people in the museum would have been buying shoes or groceries, but you're not protecting them when they're in that building. It just seems that, the states really thought this through, and you guys are still chewing on it, but you can't just randomly exclude it. You have to make sense of this, because it is retail. It's another business. It needs to be thoughtfully done, tastefully done, but it's not this big, negative, horrible thing. But you can't just push it to the boundaries and pick a landlord who's going to get it. That's not fair. And honestly, landlords like me will be upset about it. And you can see when I read it, I was concerned enough to hire someone more eloquent than me, my attorney, to show up and represent me. And I came here as well, even though I'm not a public speaker and I'm a very private person, because it means something to me when you restrict businesses. And I want to thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. All right, Pamela Harwood is next? No? Oh, this is a different hearing, right? Number 5? Okay, sorry. Kim Lowry.
I love that you know how to pronounce my last name. That doesn't happen in too many places. Hi, everybody. My name is Kim Laube, and I am very passionate about this subject and would love to drop the F-bomb, but HUG's director dropping the F-bomb at the public hearing is not a good headline on 27 East for me. I do run a drug and alcohol prevention agency, and I am sought after not only in our town, in our county, but I travel all across the country working with people to reduce substance use and misuse within communities and keep children healthier. And you've heard testimony all morning about public safety, quality of life, lack of enforcement, and I could have the same argument about all of this. This is a public health threat to us, and we know when we take a look at public health, we have to look at environment. And the name of the game, and you all know, you were 1 in 4, and I would argue Babylon was a tie, and by default became 4. I was never a proponent of this because we're not ready for this. And definitely coming out of COVID and our youth needs are clearly not the time. But we didn't opt out as a town, and now I am going to beg of you to be bold. You were bold enough to say we're not opting out. Be bold enough to say and create policy and practice to keep our youth and our vulnerable populations safer. We could argue that this is not, like alcohol is legal and look at that, and this is just as benign as that. But we already have an issue with our young people drinking because of access to the substance, low perceived risk with the substance, and parental permission. That's your trifecta. We have that issue with alcohol, we have that issue with vaping, and now, of course, we're going to have marijuana. We know in states that legalize, their rates increase 25% of their youth use. 25%. That was studied pre, post, and post, which is what every study should do, and that study was done just in 2020. We know in our town, we did see our use rates begin to go down because, and take a look at COVID, they went down across the country because kids weren't socializing because we were in quarantine. But what we did see an increase in our own town's study of our youth, we did see that low perceived risk is actually going up. So the kids are like, no big deal, let's legalize it. We have an issue with enforcement, as it is across the board with so many things that threaten our town and the quality of life. This has to be kept in consideration of this. No, we don't want the hamlets to have it. No, we don't want to normalize this on Main Street. And by the way, I have family who sells in Massachusetts who read our laws of New York, and they're like, well, man, New York was out of control with how much they opened it up. I do agree with let's hold and wait and be smarter than we were than opening up the floodgates to this in the first place. Let's put together people who really, really, really are experts on this as you guys move forward. Let's listen to your community members. I will make no money whether or not you legalize, and the chances of me actually getting more funding as a result of this may not necessarily happen. I absolutely gain nothing other than wanting to fight for our local youth. Because when we talk about our natural resources in Southampton town, yes, we can talk about our beaches, we can talk about the beautiful place to live, but our most precious resource, our most vulnerable resource right now is our youth. Their mental health, what's going on as a fallout of COVID, your recovery population. We can't have it both ways where we say, let's turn around and invest in recovery centers and let's turn around and create candlelight vigils and all that kind of stuff, which we do, and it's so important we do that to raise awareness, but we can't do that and just not think that this is in a totality system that needs to be looked at comprehensively using a data-driven process and not just cherry-picking data, using data that we know, especially when it comes to our youth and especially when it comes to our recovery populations. I beg of you, you were bold enough to be 1 in 4, be 1 in 4 that sets the pace to be trendsetters. Look at what Riverhead has done. They're really taking their time. They're taking a look at what is coming down the pike, and they're making a comprehensive plan. And I beg of you to bring the key stakeholders together to sit around and really talk about this and really come up with a better way we can move forward. 25% in increase in states is not the number we want to be looking at. And I think
30 seconds.
I'll see. I don't want Cindy Sherman to turn me off. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim. All right. Kelly Dodds.
Hi there. Kelly Dodds. I'm a Noyak resident, and I'm here representing myself, obviously, as an individual, but also the SAFE Coalition, Safe Substance Abuse Free Environment, and I work with Kim, our community works with Kim, to create lots of opportunities for our youth to do things together that don't include drugs and alcohol. So just raising awareness about that. I want to say that I feel, I agree that there's no rush. I don't see why there's a rush. Councilwoman McNamara said that, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. There was no public hearing. I actually came on in the public portion of the December meeting to raise that issue because I didn't understand why. I looked through all the agendas and did not see anything. And I asked the council people at the time why that was. And what I was told is you need to have more than one person that wants to raise the issue. So it felt like Southampton Town was just complicit and didn't really want to hear the issues. So I'll repeat what my issues were then. They remain the same. The first is, as someone else had said, it's really hard to enforce and to determine who is under the influence when they're driving. We have drug recognition experts, and I believe in Southampton Town there are 3. I don't know if that's changed since the last time I was reading that information, but those people have to be called in to check with the driver and to administer their half hour of testing to determine if that person is impaired. There's no easy way to determine like there is with alcohol. It's just different. And until we have a capacity, if we're going to have places where people can buy, and we will, right? So people can buy and people can use on site, then how are we monitoring those people driving through our towns, our villages, and we don't have that capacity to do that yet. So any revenue that would be earned, I'd like you to earmark before this even takes place, while we're waiting for the regulations to come down, to develop and have more DREs in place, and at least one in every hamlet, or however far you have the dispensaries placed. So that's one. My second is, people. It's against the law to smoke cannabis and drive, but I live on Noyak Road, and waiting with my kids at 8 o'clock in the morning in the trade parade and everybody else who's traveling, there's a lot of smoke coming out of those cars, and people are smoking. They are. It is a low perceived risk. I get it. And, people can smoke in their own time and their own property however they wish, but not on the public road. So we need to be able to enforce that. And outside of having more DREs, I like to see a marketing campaign, something akin to, Don't Drink and Drive from the 80s. Like, it took a long time for that to really set in. But I was like a kid in the 80s, and it really stuck with me, and I would hold my parents accountable and other people, and I would ask adults. And I think that that's a very reasonable thing we can do in the meantime, is start to develop that awareness that it's not okay to smoke and drive and whose lives are at risk. It's not about a personal freedom or whether you think you're impaired or not. It's about how are you going to impact other people's lives, whether you're driving on a main street or a back road. It's all the same. And the last thing I want to say is, and I'll use Juul as an example, the vaping pen. So only after their multi-flavored vape cartridges caused a crisis with underage youth and addiction, legislation was created forcing them only to have menthol and tobacco, right? And so I don't know if you're up on what's going on with them, but my concern is if this is going to be regulated from the state or is it regulated from the town, how cannabis edibles will be marketed and differentiated from common sweets like lollipops, gummies, cakes, and other candies and things like that. I need to understand that. That needs to be part of whatever provisions you put forward, and hopefully it won't be superseded by the state, because as you said, at this time, we can't opt out anymore. We're in, for good or for bad. So I agree with Kim. I want to see a large coalition of people coming together and talking about this and, doing whatever we can to provide for the safety of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And just once again, there was never an opportunity for the town to opt out of the use, right? New York State said it's legal. We're going to treat it like cigarettes. That wasn't the only question was, would there be more places to sell it than just the Shinnecock Reservation? That was the question. Would that be the only place, or would there be other places that it was allowed? Use is legal. So if somebody is able to procure it, they can use it. Same places you could smoke cigarettes, they can use. And I actually agree with you, what you said about DREs. We should increase the amount of DREs, the drug recognition enforcement.
Thank you. I just want to say that we did have a chance to opt out, but there was no public hearing for people to understand what that meant.
No, Kelly, we
Yeah.
didn't have an opportunity to opt out.
Not opt out of
the use.
smoking, no.
We could have opted out
Right,
of
opt out of
retail
having dispensaries, exactly.
Absolutely.
Well, there
an
was no
opportunity to do that.
hearing to talk about what it meant to opt out of having dispensaries in the first place. So we're really like, working
Understood.
backwards here.
But
That's
never
what
an
I'm saying.
opportunity to opt out of allowing our citizens to
Of
use.
course, no, I believe in the
That's-
freedom, people can,
legal
they
now.
have their own homes. It's like your family, my family, I say to my kids, we have different rules in our house, different rules in our family. Like, it's the same thing. And as far as, like, you keep bringing up the reservation, I see that as a similar thing. I don't see the fact that the reservation may or may not have the sales there as a compelling argument for why Southampton should. I just don't agree with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so next up is Paul Yao.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Yao. I'm a resident of the hamlet of Laurel in town of Southold across the border. My business partner, Irene Hankin, is a resident in Noyak. I've been involved in the adult use cannabis sector for quite a number of years. And so a comment I had was just specifically related to the draft regulations from the town and the maximum square footage for an adult use dispensary. And the recommendation was it should be no more than 3,500 square feet. My recommendation is that should commence from the man trap area. So the 3,500 square feet should include the retail space, fulfillment, but what it should not include is basically a sitting area outside the man trap, because I really think that that will benefit the town from a community impact perspective. So when you look at other towns, what we don't want is, lots of people just queuing up outside. And I think from a community impact perspective, if we can seat them inside, but not within, post-man trap around the product, but I think that'd actually be a better impact for the town.
So I'm not familiar with the expression, the man trap expression, but you're basically saying the retail area is limited to 3,500. You want a waiting area, basically?
Correct. And what will be required is like a man trap where you show your ID to go through before you enter the retail space. And so what I'm suggesting is anything outside that area should not go towards the 3,500 square feet.
Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
comment. All right, next up, Julie Crowley.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your service. Appreciate it so much. Won't go through my whole 3 minutes because I do agree with Kim Laube and her associate also on their concern for public safety. I think one of the things we really need more, if we're going to encourage the dispensaries, which I hope we have, is strict confined spaces for the sale as much as possible, keeping them away from the churches and the public spaces. I also think that we should be very careful as far as when we are watching our traffic, okay? So we're going to have more traffic with this. But as it is, we have enough traffic. And I think right now, it would be prudent to actually have sobriety checks on a regular basis on the roadways heading out east, et cetera, because I know as a runner every day, probably about 5 times in my 3-mile run, I am in a cloud of marijuana smoke. And there's nothing that I can do about it. But I am concerned for my own safety and for the public's safety. The comment or the phrase that we used to learn or we used to teach our kids, say no to drugs. This is your drugs. This is your brain on drugs with the fried egg and the frying pan. The DARE program. These things we used to say all the time. And our culture's evolving, and it's very, very scary. And I'm not judging those who want to use this for recreation. I know people use it for medical purposes, but I don't think it's the town's job to actually promote it. And I don't think it's a good idea for us to say just because the reservation is selling it, that we have to also then be competitors. I'm concerned about it. I'm concerned about the public safety. And I hope that this town board decides to be very strict on where we're going to be able to have dispensaries and consuming areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tracy, did you want to speak?
Thank you. Yes, hello, Tracy Colson, Southampton Youth Bureau. I'm actually here today to support, sorry, I have to adjust my glasses, I'm getting old. I'm actually here today in support of SAFE in Sag Harbor. So it's a coalition with a mission to reduce alcohol and drug use among youth in Sag Harbor. The coalition is comprised of various community members who have an opportunity to make a positive change for youth. So we're not here today to denounce cannabis or the decision to opt out. It's already been done at this point. The job in front of us is actually look forward to how to go forward and so its use doesn't jeopardize the safety of our children. We have seen before how susceptible youth are influenced to big tobacco companies. Prior to government regulation on targeted advertisement to youth, regarding tobacco, up to 24% of 12th grade seniors smoked cigarettes daily. This was reported nationally through the CDC. Government regulations have helped considerably curtail and direct targeting of youth in purchasing tobacco products. By 2004, the rate of student reporting daily use had dropped to 15.6%. With recreational marijuana use now gaining in popularity, it's imperative that we curtail its use to the most vulnerable population. We know sufficiently that youth exposed to marijuana use directly or indirectly can cause disruptions in adolescent brain development, such as cognitive impairment and delayed maturation of the brain areas responsible for decision making. Youth have limited ability to know what is healthy for them, especially if it is marketed in a way that makes it appealing and accessible. No one wants to knowingly provide a healthy environment to our youth, but unintentional solicitations may be unavoidable if policy is not considered to reduce the exposure of marijuana in our kids. The suggestions made today by the coalition, by the SAFE, are responsible and well thought out, and it's a path to our way that Southampton should proceed with as far as marijuana dispensaries in the future. We're of all the same belief to access to our youth, and I hope the board takes these considerations seriously.
All right, thank you, Tracy. All right, Charles, do we have anyone who is viewing our meeting through the internet indicating that they wish to be heard on this public hearing? And can we get more volume?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, oh, good, we can hear you now.
Oh, great, thank you so much.
Can you tell us your name?
Apologies for earlier. My name's Danielle Durant, and I'm representing myself and my business partner, John Flanagan.
You may begin.
Are you able to hear me? Okay,
Yes.
great. We would like to open a recreational cannabis retail store at 125 Tuckahoe Lane. John Flanagan has owned the location for over 25 years, and it currently operates as a nightclub, and it has for over 2 decades. John also owns a family home on Captain's Neck Lane for close to 50 years. We spoke to Mike Lieberman yesterday, and he believes that our location qualifies. Our proposed name would be Magnetic Greens, and our logo would be a pink lotus. We've also hired an attorney to help us secure the New York State license. His name is Rufan Utzon. He was instrumental in writing the recreational cannabis law in the state of New Jersey, and he had worked for Governor Corzine. He's been awarded 4 recreational New Jersey state licenses already. We also believe, after some research, that the tax on the Southampton Township would be anywhere between $1 to $2 million per year. After doing some other research, we believe there would be a positive impact on the community, since studies have been proven that after marijuana is legalized, alcohol use actually decreases by around 42%, and opioid deaths go down by 25%. There's a 37% reduction in the use of antidepressants, sleeping pills, and anti-anxiety medications. And about 75% of those using opioids in this study claimed that they reduced their use after using cannabis. So after all is said and done, we believe it would be a positive thing for the community, and we believe that our location does qualify. So it's currently operating as a nightclub, but we would forfeit the nightclub and convert to recreational retail cannabis store.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, right? Right next to Carvel. That's why I said it should be a consumption center. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Town Board. My name is Jessica Insulaco from East Quogue. Thank you for holding this public hearing. I guess my biggest takeaway from all of this, listening to everyone today, is that this seems to invite a lot more research, a lot more thought, and a lot more public involvement, so that everyone can really understand all the issues and that you guys can make the most informed decision. So I feel like there were a lot more questions than answers raised today, including, you know, what the state's doing, what they're doing, when they're doing it, all of that stuff, plus all these other really genuine concerns, particularly from these children's organizations. That's very concerning to me. So I would just ask that we, as a town, really take our time and really think this through, perhaps lay out some sort of review schedule, some additional work I think really needs to be done. So that's my big takeaway. I think that the community in general would welcome that and would be supportive of you guys really giving this a very, very serious, thoughtful review, including all of these aspects. So that's what I would ask for, is not any sort of rush to judgment on this one, and whatever we as a community can do to help support that research, I support. I'll volunteer. This is not my jam. I don't like marijuana. It's not my thing. But I'm open to learning about it because I know other people, find it beneficial in different ways. But anyway, I'll personally volunteer to help whatever the research is that's required, but on my own time, I'm sure our community members would do the same. So that's my big takeaways. Please take your time. Let's do the research. Let's really think it through and not rush to any kind of judgment, because I think it's very difficult to pull back once you have stepped into this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Charles, anyone else online? Is there anyone listening on their computer who wishes to be heard at this public hearing regarding zoning for cannabis dispensaries and on-site consumption lounges?
I didn't hear what he said.
David.
He said he had one, I believe.
Hello, we coming through?
I can hear you, but not see you. Oh, okay. Now we
Yeah,
see.
I apologize, had a difficult time logging into Zoom here today. David Falkowski, hemp farmer, resident of Sag Harbor Village.
Oops.
There we go. How's it going, guys? And we're working. I just wanted to take some time to say thank you very much for taking the next step with these meetings and clarifications on where we're going in our town here. I just wanted to remind folks that the Office of Cannabis Management in the state has been very busy. They're greatly understaffed, but they have been very busy drafting lots of conditional licenses, guidelines, terms and conditions. A matter of fact, we have proposed packaging regulations. I know there was a concern raised earlier what edible products and packaging looks like. I know in this proposal of guidance for the town, there were some concerns about advertisement and stuff. I just kind of want to mirror the general sentiment here that it's obvious we should slow the roll a little bit, at least for the first step of allowing to do a little more due diligence and read through what the state has released. And most importantly, the main proposed regulation package that will probably happen by the end of the summer. So in the next 60, probably no more than 90 days. And I think we'll have a lot of clarification by then. This has been one of my points in being many of these speaking events with Kim Laube and others. During this time, I think action items are obviously mapping our setbacks and buffer zones, so that is done. But also looking at the things like DREs and enforcement and how we ramp that up. I've begun dialogues with some local law enforcement. As I understand it, in Southampton town, Officer Phillips is the only DRE east of the Shinnecock here. There's also some very interesting data and statistics on how often he is called on call. So I think there's a lot of due diligence and fact-finding we can do right now while we're all patiently waiting, like a stakeholder like myself, for more final guidance and regulations from the state. And again, I thank you very much, and I do advocate for everybody to Google New York State OCM, that's the Office of Cannabis Management. Click on their board meetings tab, and you can sign up to be notified when the next meeting is. And most notably, any concerned citizen, public or elected official out there, here's a little advice. There's 2 places on the state's website where there's a repository for very important information. One is on that board meetings tab, and you can scroll through the previous meetings, their agendas, proposed resolutions, etc. A lot of information sits there. And now with certain licenses like the card licenses, those are conditional retail, conditional manufacturing, conditional cultivation, you'll see those under the licensing tab. And if you dig through the terms and conditions over there, those are the 2 repositories on the state site that I think will be very illuminating for all parties involved. And again, I'm very grateful for my town and the board to be doing this, and I look forward to the next conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Charles, anyone else online who wishes to be heard? If you're watching from your computer and you want to be heard, you need to click the raise hand icon. All right, back to the public here at Town Hall. Is anyone who has not spoken who wishes to be heard? Mr. Connor?
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Connor. I live in Watermill and a local landlord out here. I want to commend the board for their due process here. I know it's going to be a difficult time for them. There's a lot of back and forth, but not opting out was a positive thing. To go forward, like Mr. Falkowski said, do our due diligence, make sure our setbacks are right, make sure our children are warned and notified about what's going on, and whatever prevention and caution we can take it has to be done. But to think that marijuana dispensaries are not coming east, they're coming east. So we need to at least regulate it or zone it properly so that it's away from our children, away from our residences, and on public roads. I don't think the back roads are any place for dispensaries. They can get busy. Anyway, I was short and sweet. Usually I'm more loquacious, but tonight I'm not.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. All right, anyone else who has not spoken who wishes to be heard? Ma'am?
Good afternoon, Town Board. My name is Marilyn Downs, and I'm a member of the Noyak Civic Council. I'm a trustee, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Executive Committee. We've had some meetings about this, and we decided to ask you, please do not allow dispensaries here in Southampton Town. you're opening up a Pandora's box. There's so many bad things that can happen and that will happen. It's easy to say that you're going to have so much control over everything. You can take, for example, there's been a number of fentanyl deaths here in Sag Harbor and in Noyak. Whoever would have thought that that would happen? No one. And it's going to continue to happen as long as drugs are made free. We've had plenty of great speakers that have given you a lot of information. And we want to ask you to have more hearings, not just this one. And yes, the Shinnecock Nation, which I'm sure we don't have much control over at all, will probably do it. So therefore, why do we have to have them in every hamlet, every village, although most of the villages have opted out for it? I don't quite understand why the town didn't opt out, just because other towns didn't. But that's something you're going to have to explain and tell us what really happened. But all we can ask you now is please look into your hearts, take the information that people are giving you, research more. If there's anything we can do to help you, we certainly will. But please, the children's lives are in danger. You know, we have a beautiful place out here. Why do we want to bring the problems of the cities, the big cities, whether it's New York or Colorado or Denver or any of them? Why do we want to bring them here? Do we have to have dispensaries? Just because people want to smoke marijuana, which is fine, they're going to find it. They're finding it now. They're coming out from the city. They're coming out from up island. They're smoking it, and there's nothing you can do about it, and that's fine. That's what the state has decided. But it doesn't mean everyone understands that or wants it here in their own backyards. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, so I don't want to, I want to move on, but I don't want to close the hearing. I'd like to adjourn it. It sounds like there's still work to be done. Sounds like there might be some changes, so, and it sounds like it might be prudent to wait until the state issues some of their rules and regulations, which sounds like 60 to 90 days. So I'm thinking it's July, August, September, maybe October. So maybe we would adjourn it to October 11th. That's a daytime meeting.
Will we potentially be looking at a whole new set of?
I have no idea. We should probably do a work session and decide, based on public comments so far, should we be modifying it? But it sounds like we might not want to modify it until after we've seen the state rules. I mean, we could do it sooner, September. I'm open to that.
I'll wait as long as possible and get as much input as we can, so.
So October?
I went to October.
Yeah, so, all right, October 11th, we have a daytime meeting. The nighttime meeting is 2 weeks later, but I would say, since it may be a very long meeting, why don't we do it by day, at least this, and it's probably not going to be the end of it, because there'll probably be some changes. We'll probably have hearings after that as well. So if that gets adjourned, then it would get adjourned to the night meeting 2 weeks later. You know, the idea of a task force, I've sort of internally debated whether we should just set up a group to help advise us. It's complicated because, you know, some people obviously have vested interests. They want to open dispensaries. They want certain properties to be dispensaries. Other people don't think there should be dispensaries at all, though that's, you know, not the issue that's in front of us at the moment. But, you know, I've tried to allow the planning department, particularly Michelangelo Lieberman, the senior planner, you know, to get as much research, to compile, to be part of various groups and attend various meetings and travel and just help advise us as what other municipalities are doing, what other states have done, and try to have this body, this town board, sort of be the task force. And I've tried to listen to whatever anybody has to say, any concerns. Obviously, I don't want, you know, children to be exposed to it. The state doesn't allow children to use marijuana. It's 21 and older. But that's true with alcohol too, and the kids seem to get it. So I think those are all valid concerns. It's not going to be easy to figure out the right place. It's easy to figure out wrong places and say, oh, not here, not here, not here, not here. But it's not easy to figure out it's okay there. And if you only pick one spot, you're basically empowering that landlord to jack up the rents, and that's not really fair either. This is a complicated thing. And, Cindy, you mentioned shopping center business. I didn't include shopping center business because it's also where your toy stores are and your bookstores are and your supermarkets and families. But we can revisit whether shopping centers are the right spot for this. I don't know yet. I'm just trying to listen to everyone and I tried to come up with a draft with the planning department that addressed most of the concerns that I was hearing. And it's imperfect. Maybe we'll change it. Maybe we'll come back, to some of the original ideas. Originally, I was just LI 40. And then we added village business and we added highway business because it was just too restrictive. Now I'm hearing today that the state may not allow us some of the setbacks I'd like to put in from libraries and from community greens and things like that. It's a complicated issue. It's clearly a moving target as well. So why don't we kick the can down to October 11th, way down the road. It gives us some time to do some more research. It gives us time to see what the state comes up with.
And hopefully
And then we'll revisit then. This is a public process. I want as much public information as possible. I want to make a good decision. It's not an easy subject matter. And I appreciate everybody's thoughts and comments on this. We're going to try to get this right. So with that, if anybody else wants to say anything at this juncture, other than that, I'll make a motion to adjourn to October 11th.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, please exit as quietly as you can. All right, Sunday, would you read the fourth public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 4, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 330-248V, entitled Canoe Place Inn, Canal and Eastern Properties, CPICE, Maritime Plan Development District, for consistency with Town Board Resolution number 2022-260, and to allow for historical signage and setbacks.
All right, thank you. So Michelangelo, are you introducing this? Again, Michelangelo
am.
Lieberman, Senior Planner with the Town Planning Department.
It's a lighter lift than the previous code amendment. So I'm here on behalf of Janice Scherer. She couldn't be here today. You've already heard this. This is in connection with the boathouse becoming a part of the hotel complex. There are minor amendments to finalize and clean up all parts of the code, as well as the signage master plan. So that CPI can be given to CEO, and this is really to kind of move the ball forward. So I have with us Kristen McCabe to explain the master plan for signage specifically, and of course she's here to address any questions that are referred to the PDD amendments. All righty?
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and members of the board. I will quickly try to walk through the proposed signage master plan that covers both Canoe Place Inn and the boathouses. So first and foremost, the design of the signs is consistent with the historic nature of the Canoe Place Inn. Over the years, we've taken into consideration the signs that have been present on the site. And I have to say, what's proposed is very minor. Everything is much smaller and fewer in number that would be permitted by code. Let me just make sure. So the first slide just shows the Canoe Place Inn. No, this is fine. This is it. No. I got it. The first slide shows the Canoe Place Inn site, essentially locating all the proposed signs. So everything except the 2 orange signs, one each at the Montauk Highway entrance and one at the Newtown Road entrance, I believe would be considered exempt signs. They're internal in nature. You wouldn't see them from off-site, and they essentially help with circulation, identifying where an entrance is for the restaurant, an entrance for any of the cottages, catering, et cetera. So it's more for safety and circulation around the site. The 2 freestanding main entrance pole signs The only variance or difference from the code is the setback. So the code requests 20 feet. The proposed setback at the Montauk Highway driveway is 12 feet, and the setback proposed for Newtown Road is 10 feet 6 inches. The need for those shorter setbacks are because the signs are very small, and it's really a safety thing. If you think about the nature and use of the site, many people will be coming here for the first time, not, as a guest or as a guest of an event happening at the catering facility. So the signs have to be, visible from the roadways. Yes.
So can you point out the two locations and tell
Yes.
me what the sign looks like for those?
Yes. So it's these two. Just kind of a blow up, that's not all that helpful.
All right. So they're like real estate signs.
So the sign on the right with the orange label on the bottom is the proposed entrance signs. It's the same sign at both of the driveways, like I mentioned. These are the only two signs that are proposed to be lit. None of the other internal signage has any lighting. They're undermounted, built into the sign. That's a low-voltage LED strip, full cutoff, and consistent with dark sky. Where 10 feet max height would be allowed, 8-foot pole is proposed. Where 32 square feet area of the site maximum would be permitted, we're only proposing 14.3 square feet, so less than half. And like I said, the other signs are internal only, so the sign with the pink label, red label on the bottom, those are the welcome signs. There are 3 of those, and they're kind of internal. Once you're on the site, so you know which entrance you should be going to if you're a spa guest or going to an event at the catering facility, et cetera. The blue signs those are just the plaque cottage identification signs to identify cottage number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The colors are messed up here, I apologize. But the dark green signs are going to be placed where parking is reserved for guests of the hotel. So the idea is for events and restaurant that the parking will be in the back, and the parking in front of the cottages and in the front of the building will be for guests of the inn. And then the far sign to the right, those are plaque signs mounted on walls to show where the swimming pool is, et cetera.
What are the dimensions of the main entrance sign?
Okay. So the pole is 8 feet, and the width of the sign is 6'4". The actual sign itself is 4.5 feet by, looks like 3.5 feet.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so. Four signs proposed at the boathouses. One on the corner of Montauk Highway and North Road. The setbacks for that one, that's the one in red, 22 feet from Montauk Highway, 27 feet from North Road. The other 3 in orange are just the freestanding driveway signs at each of the 3 driveways. Let me put it. Again, we're under the signage code in terms of height and size. 10 feet maximum permitted. For the corner sign, the one in the red, 8 feet is proposed. Again, 32 square feet area of sign content is permitted, and we're under 19 square feet. And then the 3 driveway signs, 6 feet tall, and then 6.25 square feet proposed. And none of these propose any lighting. I will say, the setbacks for the driveway signs, the 2 in the middle are located at the property line, and the southern driveway is 10 feet proposed, again, where that 20-foot setback is required.
Any other questions for Kristen? All right, thank you, Kristen.
I have a question about the previous site plan. The sign on the extreme southerly portion of the parcel, how does that relate to the public parking that is
At the boathouse?
Boathouse.
The boathouse.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Big complex. I like the look of the signs.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to make you do that.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, that one.
No, the other one.
All the way on the left, the southernmost portion.
Yes.
How many parking spaces are there for the public to utilize the walkway?
5.
5?
Yes.
Okay. And does that sign interfere with those parking spaces at all, or are the spaces in front of it? I can't.
No, it would be at the end of the signs in the landscaped area.
Okay.
I thought there was some additional area, like grassed area for potential parking in that area.
There's area for 19 land bank stalls. If those ever did have to get built, the sign would have to be relocated.
And are those land bank parking spots for the hotel or for the public?
For the boathouses.
For the boathouse?
Yeah, guests or owners of the units at the boathouses.
But you have like 6 parking places now for public access?
5, yep, dedicated for the access along the waterfront.
And on the first map there, you have a temporary sign there up on the southeast corner that's coming out? Yes. Okay.
Can I ask, I have questions for Kathleen.
Thank you.
Oh.
All right, yeah. So Kathleen, this is a PDD.
Correct.
And we've modified it once or twice already. We modified it most recently to allow the boathouses to be used as part of the hotel. And with that, we eliminated the springing easement language, and we got an absolute public access walkway directly across the water for I think pretty much the entire length of the boathouse property.
Right.
When I read this law, though, I thought we were just simply talking about signage, and there are still sections in here relating to that spring easement, and
Correct.
Or are they just holdovers that?
They are, Mr. Supervisor. So, Resolution 2022-260, this board adopted on March 8th, 2022, to reflect the changes that you just indicated. But since that time, we've discovered several other sections that had to be amended to reflect those changes. So you're correct. A couple of those sections that deal with the springing easement, making it permanent rather than conditional, are in there to just make sure that everything is consistent. And then the signage is the new issue that you are discussing today.
No, why did we take out fishing as a possibility here? Or I can understand why boaters couldn't tie up to the platform, but are we not specifically allowing people to fish from this platform? I know they like to fish on the other side.
It says fishing
Is that in
platform.
I'll let the applicant speak to that. Unfortunately, Jenna Shear isn't here today.
Yeah, so I believe.
Greg, you're going to have to come up to the, and I know there's sections that are very narrow and probably not appropriate for fishing, but other areas might be usable.
Yes, so there's a fixed pier, let me point it out. Here, which is public access.
You got to go back to the microphone, just, we'll remember that spot you pointed to.
And that would be there for fishing. However, the floating dock, which is, not really fixed or secure, would not be there for fishing. And that's meant to be, transitory, so people aren't, hanging out on the dock and potentially, falling into the canal, so.
Okay.
Yep.
So there is an area for fishing.
Correct.
And the language in this revision doesn't eliminate that?
Page 5.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's okay. Newly constructed viewing fishing platform, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
fishing on the platform is okay.
Yeah.
All right, now, can I go back to Kathleen? Greg, you can say it. So originally, what the signage had to comply with the RWB zoning, even though this was not zoned RWB, that's how the original PDD was written in now, where basically the signage has to comply with a master plan developed by Recreational Equities dated in May.
May
which-
5,
Which I have not seen that plan. This is that plan? And how different, normally we don't approve signage, right? That's the ARB's purview. Or is it no longer now going to the ARB, or it still goes
Well,
to the
this is-
ARB?
I don't believe it's going to the ARB. No, this is specific because it's a PDD. So because it's a PDD, you did legislate specificity with the signage. Other PDDs, you might have delegated that to the ARB or the planning board. In this PDD.
Well, they're design specialists, and as I've said before, I
appreciate
don't like us being art critics related to other,
Well, I feel
other
comfortable
issues.
being a sign critic. I like the signs.
I happen to like the design of the signs too, but are these signs basically based on this master plan, or are they, I'm a little bit concerned that we might inadvertently allow a sign that might be larger than normal or illuminated or something that didn't comply with the sign code, and somehow we're allowing it as part of the PDD. So I sort of just want to make sure that this master plan related to signage is in general conformance to the character of the community and the other codes that we've put in place.
We have Michelangelo back?
Yeah, my understanding is that
And-
it does comply. I apologize that Ms. Shear isn't here to address it. I don't know if you want to hear from the applicant.
Sure.
Mike's got his head in the window there. Oh.
We've recently saw some signage go up that we did get some, not at your place, at a place not too far
Historical
from it.
signage?
Yeah, exactly. That's, people have questioned whether that is compliant.
Thank you. And it's not on telephone poles or anything?
Yes, and then, of course, we've had billboards go up that,
And you did say the signs were dark skies compliant.
Yes, yes.
So-
And
that
only
they
two
were
of
in-
them have.
They conform to our dimensions, they were within.
Correct.
dimensions of
The only
code.
variance from the underlying previous RWB zoning is the setbacks.
is the setbacks. That's it.
I was wondering why we needed to
And it's-
eliminate it. The,
In lesser setbacks? it's-
Yes.
Okay, but you need to do that because of the layout, the physical layout.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilman.
So, yeah, I think you had the floor. I don't understand why we need to eliminate the phrase where it says shall not exceed the maximum dimension permitted by the sign code for RWD districts. It sounds like you're well within.
Yeah, it's,
So that kind of just makes this a little.
Yeah, that's sort of made me nervous,
Yeah.
that. But
I haven't reviewed that plan, that's why. I like it, I like the signs, I think it's tasteful.
well, all right, I mean, we can take some time, since I don't think we have an approval resolution on before us today, to make, at least get an opinion that the master plan dated, whatever it is, May 5th, the dimensions are in conformance with the sign code relative to the RWB or other areas of the town.
Yes, absolutely. If that's the case, we will definitely get that to you in writing for the record. You are also waiting for a referral from the Suffolk County Planning Commission and your local planning board.
So this master plan that we're calling it, so somebody who is reviewing the PDD law as it pertains to this property needs to be able to see that. So is it submitted somewhere? Is it electronic? Is it, when you go to the town code section, are you able to click a link that brings that up?
Well,
Is it a formally accepted document?
It's a formally accepted document to the extent that it's written in this legislation, so to the extent that you adopt this legislation, yes. Is it available via hyperlink? I don't believe so. I'm not sure if that's something that we
I mean,
can
it's
get
been
on the
received by
website.
the clerk, stamped
But
in.
are they absolutely available through either the town clerk's office and/or the Department of Land Management? Yes. I mean, it's subject to
Okay.
FOIL. Anybody can get a copy of it at any time. And there is a legislative file for this public hearing, so we can make sure to put it in the legislative file for this public hearing as well.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, to the public, I don't have any cards on this matter. Mr. D'Angelo, would you like to speak? I had a feeling you might.
Again, with those blue blazers, I just wanted to tell you.
What's yours?
I'm,
You didn't get the memo?
no.
You got the bow tie.
That you guys are wearing, I wouldn't
That's
wear
pretty
one.
stylish.
I just wanted to tell you how impressed I am. You guys are concerned over these signs. It's really breathtaking to me, and as my elected officials, I just wish that you had the same concern when you were thinking about these drug dispensaries, these drug dealing locations, because it's ridiculous. It really is. I don't think any thought went into it. We didn't have a public hearing, and your excuse that the Shinnecock Nation is selling it, that justifies us to sell it. It's really absurd.
Okay, but
Really.
we're having a
And
hearing
you're-
now on, we're having a formal,
well, it's all-
we're in the
I'm
middle of
gonna-
a formal public hearing.
Please, let me finish, really. I'm
Okay,
gonna,
but please keep your comments related to what is in front of us.
What, do you
We're
want
not-
to-
We had a public hearing
wait a
on
minute.
the other issue.
What do you want me to say? Do you want to control what I'm saying?
No, I want you to speak, this is a formal hearing
Well, I
on the
am gonna-
subject matter, not, I wouldn't allow somebody to speak on something unrelated.
Well, it
So-
is related. It is related because I'm saying that that you didn't have the same balance with both concerns. That's what my concern is, okay? First of all, I had the opportunity to visit the the Canoe Place Inn. It's magnificent. I also had the opportunity to take my grandchildren to see the deer, which you guys authorized. And I have to say that originally, Southampton Press called for my comments on it, and of course, I don't think they could print what I said, but I have to say, I have to take that back. My grandchildren loved it, and I did. I was very impressed with it. I think it's going to be something people are going to want to see, to go, let's go see the deer. Really, and I think these signs should be allowed because they did a magnificent job on this property. And the only problem I have is that my daughter, my youngest daughter, is getting married, and she doesn't want to have it at the facility, but I would love to have had it there. So how's that? Is that good? You're satisfied with that?
Brought it back.
I want to keep you happy, you know.
Wear the blazer next time.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this? All right, Charles, anyone online who wishes to be heard? All right, no hands. All right. I think that this one we can close. We just need a confirmation, and we don't have
You need the
a,
referrals too, right?
do we need to
Contingent
hear
on-
from the planning board and from the
No
planning
planning
commission?
board report. If you
It's
do
on their,
need one,
it's
we
on
don't
their
have one.
agenda for Thursday.
All right, so we can't vote on it anyway.
Correct, you can vote on it.
Do we need to keep the record open to receive that?
Yes, you would need to keep the record open for written comment, both from Suffolk County Planning Commission, the Planning Board, and then from the Department, Town Attorney's Office, and the Department of Land Management as it relates to the signage and its compliance.
Okay, but we don't have to keep the written record open in general, just for those specific
It's the
entities.
discretion of this board.
What do you guys want to do?
I think you're ready to go.
Leave it open.
Just leave it.
Just leave it open.
All right, was that?
Just leave it open.
All right, so I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, but leave the written record open for, how long do we need? 2 weeks?
30 days.
30 days?
I would say it's the discretion of the board. I would,
July 26th is the next meeting, and then a month would be August 9th.
Well, I would say,
I mean, presumably it was referred to the Suffolk County Planning Commission on or about June 14th. They typically have 30 days.
so 2 weeks probably is enough then.
Jim says August 9th.
It should be. I don't know if the planning board will be able to get the referral to you faster.
August 9th.
We could extend it.
August 9th. Just do August 9th.
Is August 9th the day we're meeting?
It's a daytime meeting.
Yes, all right. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, but leave the written record open till August 9th.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. And thanks for your patience. Guy, you were pretty quiet today.
But Kristen carried the whole load.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you read the fifth and last public hearing notice?
Absolutely. Public hearing number 5, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 330-163, Organization and General Procedure of Zoning Board of Appeals, and Chapter 330-181, Organization of Planning Board, to reestablish the term of the Zoning Board and Planning Board members from 4 years to 7 years.
All right, Deputy Town Attorney Kathleen Murray will introduce this.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good afternoon, board members. Currently, the town's Zoning Board of Appeals and Planning Board each consist of 7 members, with each member appointed to a 4-year term, except in those circumstances where a vacancy is filled for an unexpired term. The practical effect of having a 7-member board assigned 4-year terms is that, at the end of some calendar years, only 1 member's term may expire, while at the end of other calendar years, up to 4 members' terms may expire. As you may recall from our May 26th work session discussion, and as it currently stands, in December of 2025, the term of 4 planning board members will expire. And in December of 2022, the term of 2 ZBA members will expire, with an additional 3 expiring in December of 2025. The expiration of multiple board members' terms at the end of 1 calendar year can prove difficult for these land use boards in terms of maintaining continuity for active applications, retaining experienced members who have learned the rules and procedures unique to their board, and promoting the most seamless and least disruptive transition of members from year to year. So the purpose of the law before you is to reestablish the term of ZBA and planning board members from 4 years to 7 years, so that the term of each member is equal in years to the number of members of the board. By doing this, the town board will be able to reestablish the staggering of appointments so that only 1 member's term expires at the end of each calendar year.
Excuse me.
In order to achieve this staggering without interrupting any current member's term, commencing in January of 2023, the town board would initially appoint members to the board for fixed terms, such that 1 member's term shall expire at the end of a particular calendar year. And then thereafter, upon expiration of these initial appointments, the replacement member, or reappointed member as the case may be, would be appointed for a 7-year term, equal in years to the number of members of the board. We did talk about a specific mapping, so to speak, of the appointments at the work session, so I won't repeat all of that, but it is articulated within the legislation with specificity. I would note that these shorter appointments, in order to reestablish the stagger, would happen between 2023 and 2029. And then thereafter, all the appointments would be for 7 years. Does the board have any questions?
I just want to clarify 2 things. One is that the previous administrations had taken the original recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission and had reduced those down to what we have now in 2 successive administrations. So what this is based on are the recommendations of the Zoning and Planning Commission, that they linked that to the terms as to the number of people on their board, and that's one of their recommendations and goals, recommendations that they've made. Is that correct?
Yes, and actually, town law for both the ZBA and the planning board does recommend that the term of the members is equal to the number of years of people on the board. I don't know if I articulated
So
that.
the idea is that 1 member's term would expire each year?
Correct. Yeah.
And so you wouldn't have a year where the bulk of the board could be replaced with new people,
Exactly.
making it, I guess, less subject to political whim or whatever.
The terms, the fixed terms, wouldn't count, because they're not full 7-year terms, so they wouldn't count towards the 21 years they could now serve?
So, as it refers to your term limit law, So that's a good point. So Chapter 64 of the Town Code speaks to term limits. And as it currently is written, Chapter 64 for both the Planning Board and the Zoning Board says, any person who has served for 3 or more full terms shall be ineligible to serve for any future term. My interpretation would be these shorter 1-year, 2-year, 3-year terms would not count as a full term if you change the law to 7 years. I don't know if that answers your question.
So it could be a 25-year
It could be.
appointment.
It could be.
Out of that
As it
4
relates to
members?
certain board
So
members.
currently, what's the term? It's 3 4-year terms?
Currently, it's 3 4-years.
So 12 is the maximum, but you do have people
Well,
who are
but
there
it's-
20 or 30 years.
But that, the counting of that or the tallying of that began on or after January 1, 2008. So you do have 4 members, 2 on your planning board and 2 on your zoning board, who predate and who have had appointments prior to the beginning of that, just that tally date, which is January 1, 2008.
So it's not a set number of years. So if you ended up with somebody who served, let's say, 2 4-year terms and then got a 7-year term, it's 3 terms. So that person would have a different term limit than somebody who had 3 7-year terms.
Yes, as it's currently written, yes, because
Yeah,
your.
Probably fix that.
You're right. Your town code speaks only to terms, not to years, which is different from, withdrawn, everything in your term limit law
So you
speaks to
could end up with
terms.
different term limits for different individuals, which you sort of have now, too, because of all those grandfathered individuals.
Right, yes. So you,
I'm sorry, Councilman, did I interrupt you?
No. I had one other question, but I can.
No, go ahead.
As far as the terms, they would be for a set 7 years, and then the board at that time would have to reappoint that individual. So there's a potential that they could serve 21 years, I suppose, right? 3 terms of,
so I apologize, I'm not sure at which point in time,
in the future.
Yes,
Once all
7
of this
years.
is
yes. Thank
on
you.
track.
Yes.
And we're appointing one planning board and one
Right.
zoning board, when I'm no longer in this seat, when this will happen. But in the future, that's how it's going to proceed. But it is in terms of 7-year time periods, a term. And then a board would have to reappoint that individual
Yes.
for another term.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it just seems to me that, 2 7-year terms of 14 years is a nice length of service. I don't know whether we want to go 3 terms
7
and
years,
make
right.
it 21.
Well,
that's
I
something
mean, we have
can
some
debate.
boards that don't have terms at all, and that's, it's been sort of the ongoing problem with, particularly with the change of administrations. You have this problem where you have to stagger these terms, and you end up with a board that sometimes doesn't have someone on there who really understands the internal workings of that particular board. And that's, I think, what you're trying to cure here. I think that's what we're trying to accomplish here, is to eliminate that problem. But you're correct, going into the future, maybe that's something we should look at too, so that we don't have it overly restrictive in that sense, but that we create the ability,
14-year
a
limit.
14-year limit or
14-year.
something like that.
Kathleen, also, if something were to happen, God forbid, to a member of these boards, then they would be, once everything is straightened out and we are on the 7-year time schedule, if something happened to a board member and that member was replaced, that new member would serve out the remainder of the term, not a new 7-year term.
Correct, and
Right,
that's.
to keep it on pace?
Yes, absolutely. And that's, again, articulated in New York State Town Law. 267 and 271 deal with, at the state level, ZBA and Planning Board. And any vacancy would be filled, but would be filled to serve the unexpired term.
And these members of these, the members of these boards are required to take zoning and planning training. Do you know how many hours a year they're required to do? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I do, no, I believe it's 8, but I'd like to.
I think you're right.
Are you sure about that? Okay.
Nothing is changing about that
Right.
provision in this law.
Well, that would be a reason if somebody just did not do that and future town boards were put in this position to remove them. another
I
person could-
apologize. It's actually 6.
It's 6 hours.
Town Code, Chapter 62 speaks to training requirements. It's 6 hours, which is a little more than, again, New York State Town Law says 4 hours for training.
Does
We
that
require
constitute
6.
cause for removing a member?
It can.
was another.
Yes. it
We
can.
give them a lot of deference, I believe.
And
So
failure to file financial disclosures?
Section 62-2 speaks to a procedure for removal of members specific to not completing your training.
There's also the filing of financial disclosure statements if they fail to comply with our ethics code. Is that another
Not
clause?
in, that's not in this section. In your ethics code, you can the town board can recommend action against any town employee, officer, employee.
Okay.
And one of those recommendations can include removal.
Okay.
And the issues that I brought up have not been a problem in recent years, correct?
Correct, yeah.
I think you were right about the 8, because there's 6 for
No,
the,
it's
for the initial, and then weren't there 2? Maybe I have that totally wrong.
It looks like it was last amended in 2005, and it speaks to attending a minimum of 6 hours of relevant
minimum, okay.
training.
But they
Yeah.
do more.
They usually do more,
Okay.
yeah.
Any other questions for Kathleen before we go to the public?
I do actually have one more. So it was 7-year terms until 2009,
Yes.
at which time, because I actually wanted to know why they switched it from 7 years to 4 years, so I went back and I watched the public hearing and the debate on it, and there was absolute consensus on the board that 7 years was too long. The only argument at the time was, should it be 4 years or should it be 5 years? They ultimately set it on 4 because they wanted the town board to have the ability to look at these board members in a shorter time period. 7 years is a very long time. And they can only be removed for cause. So if you put somebody on this board for 7 years and 2 years in, they're not, respective of the public, or there's some issue internally amongst the board, you don't have the board does not have the opportunity to change the makeup of that board or even look at that board member's performance for 7 years. And it's just a long period of time for somebody to commit to, and also to not be looking at these individuals and reviewing appointments. So the idea was the 4 years would allow you to review appointments more frequently and change the makeup of the board if things, weren't working well. It would also allow for greater opportunity for public participation. And then this was before the term limits. So they were at two terms. 2 4-year terms, so it was 8 years, and then Supervisor, you extended it to 3 and made it 12 years. And now this would change it from 12 years to
14.
14.
Or 21?
if you amend the term limits, which I actually have asked council to, if this moves forward, I already asked her to look at that, and I would be putting it forward for a public hearing
Yeah, I'm
to
okay
reduce
with
the term
limiting
limits.
it to 14 years, except for those that are sort of,
I just feel
Well,
like,
the-
why would you want to get rid of that review process when it's so hard to remove a member without cause, and it's a 7-year time period? I get the staggering, but
try to explain that.
out of those 4 members that are expiring in 2025, how many are term limited out?
That's a good question.
I'm sorry to,
Nope, that's okay.
because that's a big difference.
Sure. So I can tell you that they're actually term limited out before 2025. So there are 4 members that would be term limited out at the end of, 2 that would be term limited out at the end of, I'm sorry, 3 that would be term limited out at the end of this year, and 1 that is in holdover that is technically already term limited out in December of 2021.
And so how does this affect those 4 individuals?
So right now, unless you change your term limit law, it's kind of twofold. Right now, if you wanted to give them a 7-year appointment, you couldn't unless you changed your term limit law to allow them a 4th term, right? But we now know that everybody has to have these shorter appointments, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years, in order to establish that stagger. And that's not a full term under Town Code 64. So my answer to you would be, all of those people could be reappointed for shorter appointments, unless you asked me to change Town Code Chapter 64 to add some language in there that said, a full term shall also include shorter, shorter timeframes, or any timeframe. We can amend that law.
It
It's
should be the number
all
of
within the
terms. I think it should
discretion
be
of
the
this
overall
board.
length of service. We should limit the overall, you should not be appointed to a term that will bring you past, let's say, a maximum of 20 years. But in general, it should be a 14-year term, 2 7-year terms.
Yeah, I mean, the
Something
nice
like
thing,
that.
I've talked about this a little bit, the work session, the nice thing about municipal home rule law is it gives this board and all town boards the latitude to create these laws the way you see fit and the way you think will work best for your town. So whatever your discretion is, I can make those changes for you. But right now, it's 3 full-year terms after January 1, 2008.
Okay.
If I could try to shed some light on the long-term issue, because I certainly hear your point that, if somebody's a bad member, or, we don't think they're serving the public well, we can get rid of them faster. That is true. These longer, and that's a good argument certainly for vetting these candidates very carefully, making sure you've interviewed them and asked all the right questions, and make sure that we're not putting somebody on the planning board who we have any questions about. I think the idea and why most communities have the longer terms is these members serve with immunity, right? They can make decisions without feeling any pressure. In a way, it might feel like pressure if you constantly have to go back to the town board, and if the town board members don't like decisions they're making on these boards, that we're getting rid of you, we don't like how you're voting, blah, blah, blah. It really sort of gives that member the freedom to make the decisions without the sense that they have to, please their appointing board. So whether that's people feel that way or not, I think that's why the recommendation is out there that the terms be longer. They're not lifetime appointments like a Supreme Court, but they are long. 7 years is a long time. There's no question, but it's really to try to get the politics out and to try to allow these people to serve and make the best decisions they think are in the interest of the community, not necessarily the interest of the town board that appoints them.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's better off to have land use boards that have more independence and are not feeling squeezed in any way, or their opinions are being questioned, or they're being manipulated from some external way, simply by virtue of whether or not they're going to get reappointed. I mean, I served on the con board for a couple of years, and there's a board that has no term limits, and people have been on that board for 30 years or more. And
They have short terms, though,
and
right?
they do really, yeah, they're very short terms, but they
We
do
should look at that.
really well.
I think they should serve
That
more.
works pretty well, but it's a good group of people, and they seem to serve the people well, and they're not even influenced in that sense. There was an attempt a while ago to change political affiliations try to make that work, and that didn't go over because people just changed their registrations too. So, I think try to eliminate the politics. That's the whole point I'm seeing here, is that there is no undue influence on land use boards, and it is complex. The law is complex, so people need a lot of time to understand it.
And I don't know what the composition of future boards will be, but we're basically, if we pass this, we are restricting our own ability. We're basically appointing people to like 1 and 2 year terms during the next few years. I won't be serving on the
There's
board that
nothing to
gets
say
the
that in
first.
there's nothing to say in 2 or 3 years that the next
Well, I
board
won't
doesn't
be here
change
2 or
it.
3 years. So the first board that gets to appoint people to a 7-year term won't include me. So instead of being able to put somebody on for a 4-year term, I'm actually tying my hands, and we're going to have to put people on for 1 and 2 year terms because of that staggering. So I don't know what the composition of this board will be in the future, but I'm sure they'll make good decisions. It's an interesting debate as to what the right length of service should be. It's that the agencies and sort of like I think the Association of Towns recommends this, 1 member per year. So you can't have basically wholesale removal of the planning board or zoning board. They're not subject to that. Just 1 member per year. So it would take time to change the composition of the board. And I think what John is doing, it's not my bill, but I think John is just
Actually,
basically
it is.
trying to follow best practice. Is it my bill?
Yeah.
I thought you put this one in.
I
All
brought
right.
it forward, but it's.
Shuffle.
Okay.
I've just.
It was
seen
John's
in-
initiative.
I've seen it in action, and I think this is a good way to correct it, particularly because all the recommendations say that, and I see what the outcome at the end of this process leaves you with is a fair and unbiased board who you can't delve in and play around with. And
But you have to
let them do it.
start with a fair and unbiased
Well,
board.
you have to start, you don't have one right now, Cindy, because these things have been staggered the way they have.
Yeah,
and
but it's
terms have been
also
reduced. So
the
you have
way
to-
that people
well,
are
May I
appointed.
finish? First, what you have to do is get to the point where you have a fair playing field again, because right now, you don't, because the terms have been so messed up over the years through prior administrations. So my feeling is to try to eliminate that problem for future administrations. This is the way to do it.
It's considered best practice. Like East Hampton has something very similar to this. I think most towns do. Southampton is the anomaly here with these, 4-year terms. So in 1 year, you could have 3 members who are up. That's a lot. But, we can debate this. I don't know,
I don't think
we'll
it's
listen
on
to the public, then we'll make a decision. There's no approval resolution.
There's no
is there?
approval resolution, and in fact, you still are waiting for a recommendation from your planning board. Suffolk County Planning Commission did come back and deem it a matter for local determination.
Right, and I think, Cindy, Councilwoman McNamara has a good point, I think, about the length of service. This law, when you apply the three terms limitation, you can end up with somebody serving 21 years. I think that is long. I'd prefer 2 7-year terms, but somebody who's currently on the board and gets appointed to 2 additional 7-year terms, maybe for those individuals, we set a cap at like 20 years or something like that. Be willing to discuss that.
Okay.
Kathleen, how many people on these boards have served over 10 years?
10 years, I don't know the answer to. I can tell you that 4 of them have served 20 years or more.
4,
4.
that's 80 years.
We're going to give another 7, that seems excessive.
I can get that
We're not
information
giving
for you.
more
No, I'm
No,
willing,
no, no, that's
I'm
not
willing
the
to say
point.
20 years is the max. You can't be appointed,
Yeah.
if you've already have 20 years, then you're ineligible for an additional term, even a 1-year term.
I can
I mean,
get
that's
that.
just
So
the
even though it's an
circumstances
all-over
that led
status
that
now?
to happen.
Yeah, they would not be eligible for an additional term
Yeah.
appointment.
So I agree with the 7 years, I even agree with the 14 years.
Yeah.
But I think to hold over somebody that's already been there for 15 years is excessive. So as long as we can work that out, I could be okay with it.
I miss losing the oversight, but I would definitely want to limit it to the
I mean, we have some really good people, that's, the term limits, that is a mixed bag.
Yeah, but-
Well,
You might get great people.
particularly if you think about the succession of chairs. So if somebody is a chair and they have a lot of experience, that succession has to, you just don't come in cold, particularly on these very complicated land use boards. You need to have that succession, and you need to have somebody training someone to ultimately fulfill that role, or several people, so that they're able to fulfill that role.
Oh, there's, tremendous benefit to institutional knowledge, but at the same token, we very rarely replace anybody on those boards, so they do get 7, 8, 9 years. They
Yeah.
can easily
Well, that's why I
chair
brought
that
up the
board.
conservation
Yeah.
board,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that's,
I mean, you want to create opportunities for new people to serve, but you don't want to lose the institutional knowledge. You want these boards to be relatively consistent in their decision-making, based on the same fact pattern. It helps if you have institutional knowledge. There's somebody on the board who said, well, we had a similar case 4 years ago, and here's what we did. That definitely helps.
But
Under the term
particularly
of
when you're
institutional.
talking about environmental and energy law and things like that, it becomes very complex legally.
So also then you get sued, and somebody said, well, that person got it, and they were requesting less for,
When we talk
more
about,
relief than me, whatever, sorry.
get in on your comments. As far as institutional knowledge, let's keep in mind that our boards do get presentations from attorneys who have served more than 20 years. We have some very good attorneys, no offense to the attorneys, but, they're the ones with the institutional knowledge, and, they know how to, how to get things passed through the boards, or, they do the right thing, of course, but I would like to see boards that do have the institutional knowledge and have the security of 7 years on the board, so that they can do the right thing, the way they see fit.
So, all right, let's go to the public. We'll have plenty of time to debate this and modify this, but I do have one card, Pamela Harwood.
I thought you'd never ask. This is
Thank
such
you
a
for
big
your
topic.
patience.
I'm sorry, Pamela Harwood, the Bridgehampton Civic Association. It's such a big topic. I think, I think this should be continued another time as well, and I happen to agree with Ms. McNamara. I think that 7 years is way too long for a term. I would rather see a shorter term, the existing 4-year term, with longer term limits than I would a 7-year term. If you have somebody who's not up to the mark, and they can serve 7 years, that's way too long. I can't think of many boards or elected officials, for that matter, that get a 7-year term. So I would be totally against that, and I really think that you should rethink that. I also have to say that for me, this is a learning experience, and for the whole former CAC and the current Civic, we don't feel a lot of transparency in this whole process, and it may be our ignorance. I'm not saying it's anything purposeful, but I noticed before a request for a town code change to have certain interviews be not public, and you ask Supervisor Schneiderman, well, haven't they been in private? And the answer was yes, but apparently according to code, they were supposed to be in public. So, and what about, so that's something a little troubling, I think, that this has been going on in a certain way, not transparent when it should have been, even if you decide that to change that. There's also the issue, I think your concern is not only with, you mentioned institutional, knowledge. That can be a good and a bad thing. I've gone to a lot of ZBA hearings, and what I see a lot of the members doing is coaching applicants and saying, hey, you want 30% setback relief? How about we split the difference and we do 15? Good, let's do that. And you know what? Not only are several people on these boards realtors and land use attorneys, and they could be possibly using what goes on in these boards for their private businesses. And also applicants, their attorneys, get to know, hey, if you really want 15-foot setbacks, why don't you ask them for 30? And most likely, because of the institutional memory, they're going to say, let's split the difference and give you 15, and that's the way to do it. Is that a good thing? We don't think so. This is not how things should be done. And I think these boards should be guided by New York State guidelines, which is what ZBA is, right? And they should be guided by what your vision is. And I don't see that happening. So I think right now, we're not really in love with the whole institutional memory that is going on in the ZBA. As far as the planning board, and by the way, I also noticed that planning board members are beginning to attend the ZBA hearings. I don't know what that's all about. It could be a good thing. But on the planning board, I know I was surprised to see Jackie LaFaro's name on the 2004 Bridgehampton Hamlet Plan, and I'm thinking, yikes. She was like chair back then. Now, that's not to say that's a bad thing. I'm not saying one way or the other. But there are a lot of long-term people. The other question is recruitment. How are you recruiting people? If you're worried that you don't have enough people who want the job, or you're worried that people will step down, you don't have people to replace them, you've got 2 holdovers right now, I think. Well, I've been on this CAC in Bridgehampton for a long time, seems like forever. It may not be, but not once can I remember anyone coming to a CAC member and asking, would you like to serve on the ZBA? Would you like to serve on the planning board? CAC members have more knowledge of Southampton land use than a lot of people, and yet not once do I remember anyone asking, and no one has come to me. I'm not saying I should have been asked. No, none of the members have come to me and said, hey, I was asked if I want to be on that board. Never. I would
30
think this
seconds.
is one of the prime places you would go, but that's not happened. So if you're having trouble finding people, I don't think you're using all the talent that is available out there. I'm probably not going to have enough to say everything, but I think I've said enough for today. But I would be against the 7-year limit.
Well,
it's too much.
if I can respond, just two
Yes.
issues. One is that the recommendation is based on the New York State Commission of Zoning and Planning. That they link the number of terms, the number of years in a term to the number of members on a board. That's sort of their overall overriding. Where town boards have the ability to change the number of those terms. Additionally, we do actually have someone from a CAC on one of the planning boards, on a planning board right now. So it's not, there's 7 terms, 1 term available, ideally, if that would happen over a period of time. There's a lot of CACs and a lot of members. So just because it didn't necessarily happen within your CAC doesn't mean necessarily it hasn't happened in
Well,
others.
that's an interesting thing. I didn't know whether, I think it was Craig Catalano, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know whether he had asked for it. So people don't know. In other words, it would be good to get the word out. Some people don't know, was that person asked if they would like that job, or did they voluntarily seek out that job and say, hey, I would be interested in doing that?
And we do, actually. I mean, I've had people inquire about it, so it does happen, maybe not as frequently as it might, but your point's well taken, how do we select from, first of all, how do we take the politics out of it, and then in the broader sense, how do we find people to serve on those boards that are not just willing to serve, but are qualified to serve?
Right, exactly.
Which is also a big issue as well. So particularly on land use boards, particularly on planning and zoning.
But I also think as far as qualified to serve, if you really familiarize yourself with New York State guidelines, and you take this course, 4 hours doesn't seem to be very much, but if you do take the course, well, that's how you should be guided. And you're qualified in that sense, that you have really known the rules, and that you get training from the board. That should be more important than how the Old Boy Network has done it in the past.
Well, I agree, and I would never characterize it that way. It's when you have somebody who has a qualification to do that, and has a background in planning and an interest, and maybe
But I question whether the qualification of being a Realtor or being a land use attorney who also uses these, precedents to coach their applicants, to coach their
Potentially, yeah.
clients.
I mean, I haven't
So
seen
take
that.
the politics out of it, I think that's a little bit of it too.
And I understand what you're saying. The appearance may be that way, I don't know. A person can have many skills and talents, that's important, and they may use those as part of their work and how they came into government in the first place. I mean, it's something we could debate for a long time.
Yeah, no, it's a big topic. It's a big topic. And these are questions on my part. They're not accusations. It's just, we've been wondering for a long time how all this works. And there's nothing that we can look at to see how it all works. I think a lot of it is done in private, and that may be as it should be, but how do you decide who you think is a good candidate? I don't know.
Well, it takes interviewing and talking and all the things that we've talked about before. I mean,
But first you have
some
to have a
municipalities
candidate
and
in order to have an
other
interview.
areas, it may have been an entirely different way of
Yeah.
how things are done.
Yeah.
Change is incremental, and that's, personally, that's what I like to see, and why I wanted to bring this forward, because I wanted to see a planning board that wasn't stacked in that sense, that had people on it, that had the skill set to do, and the broad skill set to deal with these very complex problems that we're coming up with in applications, particularly when it's related to energy and environment. That becomes problematic because you can be talked off a ledge by someone who may know more, and then you have to rely on staff, and you've watched how that works. So I hope I'm being clear in what I'm saying.
Yes, that's one sector. It doesn't come up as often as some of the other topics.
Yeah.
But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pam. Okay, anyone else? Oh, did you? On this issue? No, come on up, Ray. Maybe you indicated it on one of the earlier cards, more than one hearing, it's possible.
Whatever it is, I don't want to upset you.
No, always happy to hear from you.
Okay, first of all.
Oh, yeah, here it is,
I
number 5.
thoroughly disagree with Mr. Durier, Mr. Schneiderman, about the expertise needed for these boards.
So it is?
The
planning board,
Movie.
Of course you don't. It's right there.
Yes, I got it. Got mixed in. Go, I'm sorry, Ray, go ahead.
guys ready?
Yep.
Who knows?
The zoning board of appeals approves 96% of the things in front of it that come in front of that board. The other 4% are sent back and with recommendations of changing minor things, and they get approved. It brings up the approval rate up to over 99%. So what expertise is needed for that board? Everything gets approved. It denigrates our zoning laws because everything can be zoning. This is one of the problems with the downtown overlay district, the Hampton Bays overlay district. We're concerned that whatever's approved, if the developer doesn't like it, it'll go in front of the zoning board of appeals and it'll be changed. So I really question the qualifications of these people. Now, I recently I gave testimony in front of the planning board about battery energy storage systems, which are very pragmatic facilities. And now, I'm considered an expert. I've testified in court, okay? And I was amazed by the reaction of some of the board members. They asked the representative from the Canal Southampton Battery Storage Company, he said, because I brought up about the incidents in Phoenix, Arizona, where 2 firefighters were killed. There were 2 major fires with these facilities. And he goes, is that true? And I was amazed. I'm saying, if this was coming in front of me, I would Google it. There's a lot of information online about these things. So, and I'm going to, two of the people on the board are recently defeated candidates for office. So it is a very political board. To sit there and say, well, we don't want to make it political is nonsense. I think it should be kept at 4 years. It shouldn't be kept so it's a legacy. Just like your term, like you're going to be termed out, it shouldn't be that you can appoint people so your legacy will continue well after you're out of office. And especially, I don't think, what are the qualifications for these boards? I mean, I know I would never be asked to be on one, but though I have a lot of qualifications for it. Really, I mean, it's just astounding to me that you come up with this stuff. Really. I mean, here we had I'll give you another example. The board voted down the Discovery Lands project. We vote you guys in to protect us, you voted, we say, we elect you, it's a republic, that's what you're here, to protect us and make decisions for us, and you voted it down. This thing was resurrected by the planning board, an appointed board. How do you square that? So in other words, the elected officials don't matter. It was the appointed board that finally resurrected this thing, which is a development in the aquifer recharging areas, which I feel is a dagger to our water system in the coming years. So I think there is no qualifications. I mean, it's very political. Obviously, it's patronage. If somebody loses their election, they get appointed to the board.
36.
So I think it should be kept at 4 years, and that's it. And it would be great if there were qualifications and that these people were professional, but that's not the case. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? All right. Charles, anybody online who wishes to be heard? All right, board, what do you guys want to do here? You want to continue to get input on this? John, what's your thinking?
I mean, you're sponsoring it, but I think we could argue this ad nauseum.
Well, we have to wait for planning board.
So I'd hold it open for written comment or schedule
do
another
that.
public hearing. That's my.
Yeah, well, you guys, is the board okay with closing the public hearing but leaving the written record open for 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever?
Yes.
Yes.
When do we expect to hear from the planning board?
Try and get it on this Thursday's planning board agenda for a referral.
So 2 weeks is enough then?
Should be 2 weeks, should be enough.
Okay.
Yeah, they have probably 3 town board referrals now.
So what's 2 weeks from now?
The 26th, our 26th meeting? It's either the 26th or August 9th. Right, Cindy?
Yes,
It's an,
hasn't changed. It's the 26th or August, October.
And the
All
26th.
right, I'll make a motion to
August
close the
9th.
public hearing and leave the written record open
Open.
till July 26th.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, so what did you end up?
Well, July 26th.
26.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the last
And you
of the public hearings, but we are not done. We have
Rick, we missed
public,
sustainability.
public portion. Let's do the public portion, then if you guys need to
Thank you,
stretch,
Kathleen.
we can have a quick stretch, and then we'll get to the agenda. All right, so my first public speaker is Ray D'Angelo.
As you may know, on July 25th, they are planning to have a meeting, a conference about the HB DOD, the revitalization plan for Hampton Bays. And I have a problem with this. It's being sponsored by the Hampton Bays Civic Association, which is a legacy association. They don't follow their rules. I can bring people in here to testify about that left it. And I'm concerned that it won't be a fair hearing. She even, at the Hampton Bays beautification last night, she even said afterwards we're going to vote on it. And I mean, this is very undemocratic. They have no standing. They have no really political standing in the town. I think the town should run this meeting so we can be guaranteed of a fair hearing to people that opposed it. All the people on the docket are people that support the plan. And I just think, here we go again. We're going to start it with a disenfranchised group of people, frustrated. Not all, I think that we can get common ground here and come up with a plan that we all can agree upon, but we all have to be fairly heard. And I oppose this thing. I mean, I can see already. I mean, I've had problems where we're supposed to all have 3 minutes to talk. They expect to have 5 people giving presentations, 5 groups. It's a 2-hour meeting, and I know myself of about 30 people that want to speak. How are we ever going to get a chance to express our concerns? And then she says we're going to vote on this thing afterwards. It's absurd. It really is.
It's not us, it's the Civic.
You're talking about the Hampton Bays Civic Association having a meeting and voting on whether or not they want to support a plan?
After the meeting, say after we discuss it, but I mean, we all have to have a fair shake in discussing it, and then that vote's going to be used to influence you guys, right? So it's not fair. We're a democracy. We're a republic. I mean, you guys are elected officials. This is an unelected board. I don't want to start attacking them, but believe me, they're not representative of the community. They're not diverse at all. They're not even ethically diverse. So, I mean, really, they have no standing as far as I'm concerned.
It's a First Amendment issue. They have the right to free
I'm not
speech.
saying they don't, but I believe that you've already made comments about civic associations. You give it a lot of weight. And I think that you shouldn't give it any weight at all because you're dealing with a very undemocratic organization.
30 seconds.
That's the point I'm trying to make. And you don't want to go down this road again. We've been down here. Let's give everybody a fair shake on here and come up with a plan that we can all agree upon, and maybe we can push it forward. But I mean, we're not going to get there if we can't, if we're going to be. I've been at these meetings with these people. They take mics out of people's hands and everything, or you got to submit questions on cards. It's absurd what's going to be on.
3 minutes.
And you can't have this meeting pass as some type of democratic temperature taking of the community. Many, many people oppose this plan. Thank you.
Ray. All right, Gail, you're next.
Yeah, what is this?
Don't say don't.
Careful.
Just leave it.
It's a pointer. Somebody.
Yeah.
I don't want that in my 3 minutes. I just want to clarify what Ray said. It's not a civic association meeting. It's your planning department, and along with the civic association. And the same.
The town isn't sponsoring the meeting.
I don't care if the town's sponsoring or not. You're planning. It's heading up by your planning department. Included is Hayden Engineering, your consultants. So this is not about the Civic Association.
Do you
This is
want
a
us to keep our
joint.
planning
let me-
department from the Civic Association?
Excuse me, this is my 3 minutes. Let me finish.
Well, that's
Let,
germane.
Tom and John, let me finish. In February 2016, there was a joint planning department meeting and Civic Association meeting. I have the 27 East article here, where they discussed jointly the HBDOD at that time, February 2016, 6 years ago, when they talked about the kiosks and the retail stores, and it morphed into this massive overlay district based on where they pulled it out of, whose butt they pulled it out of, whose brain they pulled it out of, taking Riverside's and Nelson Pope Mavoris's study in Riverside, nothing to do with takeover, and now and put it in front of the community. At that meeting, my neighbor, Janet Zarrow, wanted me to go with her because she was concerned about the new North Main Street being across from the park. And so I went with her, and she got up and complained, but she left, it wasn't appropriate. And then this group of people, who I had no idea who they were, mocked my neighbor. And I thought, who the hell are these people? Turned out to be your administration. They thought it was acceptable to mock my neighbor. I have the videotape. The March meeting rolls around, my neighbor goes again, tries to talk to, I had the meeting, tries to talk to Stan and Julie, and Maria Holtz takes the mic out of her hand and refuses to let her ask them questions. So I come here in March. I learned a lot from this meeting. Comb your hair before you come to a town board meeting, because you might end up in the press. And this board doesn't give a monkey's butt about what the community wants. The public hearing, the decisions to move forward, the pot shops, without understanding the state law, is indicative of how this administration works. I came here in good faith 6 years ago, thinking that we all work together. You get the facts, the truth, the law, not some facts, not
30
some
seconds.
truth, and not even the law, and a broad range of community input. Whether the Civic skews it or not, they're little word salads, it's not, it is up to you to make sure you get a clear line of communication from the community. Not skewed by your planning department, not skewed by anybody. Whatever influences that got us to where we are with this HBDOD was not the community input, was not the February 26th meeting. I don't know what those influences were. I can only speculate. So this meeting, we'll see how upfront and honest the facts are, or is it a selection of facts from your planning department, selection of facts from Hayden about the siting of the sewage treatment plant? We'll see on Monday what happens. So, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to speak in public portion, Rich?
Rich has been very patient.
Yeah, and then can we take Shrubland out of order? I think he's been waiting for that the whole time.
So just a last thought relative to Shrubland Road. You know, during the hearing, I appreciate the effort that Charlie McCardle's done in Hampton Bays. I think it's a good thing. He's trying to get the traffic out of residential neighborhoods.
Rich, maybe lift that mic up a little bit. I just want to make sure we're getting you.
Yep.
Thank you.
I appreciate the effort that Charlie McCardle's doing in Hampton Bays, because he's trying to get traffic out of the residential neighborhoods, and I think that's a good thing. But during the hearing, he talked about, and Supervisor, you talked about the idea about blinking lights and how that moves traffic. Why are we doing something now that's going to encourage traffic to go into residential neighborhoods as a trial, when we haven't tried things that are going to move traffic on the arteries that we have now? Because moving traffic into the residential neighborhoods is contrary to your comprehensive plan. So I would ask you to think about that as you think about voting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Charles, do we have anybody online waiting to be heard in public portion?
No hands.
Charles?
He said no hands.
No hands. All right, I'll make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, you guys need a 5-minute recess before we hit the agenda?
No, it's just.
No, I gotta let people, nature and all that, so. I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 5:50. Public hearings. So
Walk-on's already on.
you want to take anything out of order? I think, Rich, you maybe, I don't know where the shrubland one is. I don't want to make you wait for another hour just to hear the outcome of the
What were you waiting for?
thing. So, Cindy, you know what page it's on?
It's on page 52.
Page 52. So, Councilwoman McNamara, you going to make a motion?
Are we back on with Charles?
We're back on, yeah. So you're making a motion to take,
764 of 2022 out of order.
all right, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, so Councilwoman, making a motion to approve, I
So
think?
yeah, Town Board Resolution 764 of 2022, resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 312 Vehicles and Traffic to temporarily allow left turns at the eastbound intersection of County Road 39 and Shrubland Road, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell.
Second.
All right, seconded by Councilman Martell. So, on the motion, so we definitely heard a lot of concern from the folks on Sabonic and Shrubland and Mr. Warren. And one person said, "Are you familiar?" I am very, very familiar with that road.
Yep.
My daughter was in a car accident on that road. Thankfully, she was okay. The car was not. It's in the winter, and there's a very steep turn at one point there. But, I'm frequently on that road. I'm very familiar with it. And that section of shrubland is particularly narrow. It's not a good place to ride a bike. And I understand the thinking of, since as you're heading east, it's the first place to jump off of County Road 39. And probably a lot of people would if you allow them to. And so it makes sort of sense, push them to the golf course, the college. But, the highway superintendent is really, I think, trying to find some solutions. Made this recommendation, the police chief, who I, have a tremendous respect for, sent a letter saying we should try this. I don't know, it's very hard for me to say, I'm not going to give it a shot. But I would be very concerned about increasing traffic, particularly on the Shrubland Road portion of it. And it is not, school is not in session, and I'd have though they might have summer school, it's a limited activity. I would have concerns about doing this other times of the year when school's in session. I think we'd have to do a little bit more research if this does prove to be beneficial. Now, the argument that you should be trying to make the main arteries flow, I 100% agree with that. People shouldn't be jumping off, to go on these residential back roads. It's terrible for the residents there. But the argument here too is that the backlog on County Road 39 goes onto Sunrise Highway to the point where people are jumping off of Sunrise Highway to go to Hampton Bays, and then they're jumping off Montauk Highway to go down Fanning or Argonne or, the residential back streets in Hampton Bays. So this might actually relieve some pressure on other back roads. But I hate to pit one against another. I don't like it. But I don't think it's unreasonable either to ask for 2 weeks in the summer to just assess,
What it does.
how it goes. But I don't want my vote in support of that to be construed in any way toward any support for the long-term elimination of the restriction on left turns, because right now, I'd be quite reticent to do that, based on the testimony I heard today.
I can tell you as the sponsor that my vote for a long-term closure wouldn't be affected by my vote to try this. I just think that Charlie has made a very concerted effort to try new things, and, he asked if we could try this, and I support it, and like you said, it's 2 weeks in the summer, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I agree. I can't imagine that this will lead to a long-term opening of the road at all. And in comparison, we've heard more problems that we should be taking into consideration for maybe other times of the days with the speed limit and trucks bypassing and everything. But this does give Charlie the opportunity to compare what happens when you open and close a road, not only to the apps on the phone, to the Waze, but like in Hampton Bays, where we wanted to take away some left-hand turns, this will give us an idea of what happens to the traffic flow even on those roads. Even with the small steps he has made in Hampton Bays, we know that once school starts, it's going to be a backup. So if we see that opening or closing a road, maybe has no, effect on it, which I really doubt, or a tremendously bad effect, then we know we have to attack it similar to what they've done there. So that's
Yeah.
my hope.
In the big picture, I mean, we are trying to get more people to take the train, and a lot of the contractors will never take the train.
Oh, no, they can't.
They won't, but school teachers and nurses, et cetera, but we've put a lot of effort into providing an alternative pathway. Don't get in your car. Councilman Scavoni's been working on this quite a bit in terms of the commuter connection and, all these little things. We're trying to get more affordable housing so the workers are closer to their jobs. We're looking at intersection changes. We're looking at the big picture. This is a tiny, tiny little thing, but we do understand every time you restrict passage in one street, you push a problem to another. And that, it jumps around. It's like a clotting an artery or something. It's going to try to find another way around it. Maybe that's not a good example. That's pretty deadly, clotting an artery. But you know what I mean. It's, Anyway, Councilman Scavoni, I think you wanted to be heard on this one.
Oh, sure. It is very similar to arteries, secondary veins, arteries, very much. This was closed in 1999. No left turn was established in 1999 under Vince Canuzio, expanded under Scipini in 2007. And there were real concerns. That's kind of where the traffic was at that time. I think we probably all remember that. And I have to say, I asked about the goals. I'm still not clear on what we're measuring here and what we're trying out. I think the metrics at best are not clear either. And considering that there's an elementary school at the end of this road, and I was very, really from the outset, I've said this many, many times on this issue, I'm very concerned about putting traffic in front of an elementary school / middle school. I believe that this trial run is a step toward, permanently taking the left turn away on County Road 39, and for the fact that the Tuckahoe Common School is at the end of Sabonic Road, I can't support this. It does seem like it's going to happen, which is fine. I will do my best to make it work as best as possible. I certainly would like to hear from the school after this and during this time period if we decide or if we do move forward for a permanent closure on a left-hand turn. So, as a former teacher, former school board member, I can't support it.
John, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm the engineer on the board, and I always have problems with studies like this, largely because I don't know what the state is now, what we're measuring against, and what the outcome is, what outcome is good or what outcome is bad, ultimately. And to do a 2-week pilot over a long period of time, in a short period of time, doesn't tell you a whole lot. I'm very cognizant of the residents that live there. For me, a study is a year long at a very minimum to see all conditions over all phases. That being said, sometimes you just try something and you learn something from it. I understand that too. I'm very cognizant of the school issue, and I share my colleagues' concern about that. My other concern is that I don't know what the unforeseen consequence is going to be out of this. And if something happened as a result of that, I would be very concerned about it. But the other part of the engineer of me is interested in seeing what might happen. So I just don't know what we're going to learn from it. But as long as I feel comfortable and I can be assured by the sponsor that this is 2 weeks and only 2 weeks, and doesn't mean anything else, then I have now, I'm probably okay with it, but I gotta tell you, I'm going against all my instincts.
Not my
professional
intention, not my
instincts.
intention at all.
You know, there's so many different traffic solutions that are out there that I can support. There really are. There's places where if we had the money, we could do roundabouts instead of stop signs or traffic lights. This wasn't on my list, but this is on the highway superintendent's list, and I want to give some deference to, a duly elected official who is asking for a 2-week period to gather data. I do have some questions, as Councilman Scavone does, about what data, how it will be analyzed, what are the metrics. But I don't see tremendous harm in allowing this 2-week pilot program. But anyway, anyone else? I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, opposed?
Nay.
Want to,
Nay.
clerk, note Councilman Scavone's opposition, abstentions, so we already have all 5. All right,
It's a no.
okay. So it does pass on a 4-1. All right, Rich, thank you for your input. All right, so we're back to the beginning. And honestly, all that testimony, I think it will ultimately affect any decision to lengthen this beyond 2 weeks.
I agree.
But I think at the same time, there's other issues we should address in that area.
The idea of the speed limit change, I don't know why can we have a public hearing on lowering the speed limit to 30 miles an hour?
Absolutely.
And possibly have Tom check it out, maybe a couple stop signs to slow things down.
Or
Yeah.
some
I mean,
radar,
that's-
something that I think,
At least a section of shrubland, maybe not Sabonic, but shrubland should be 30 miles an hour. That is a windy, dangerous section of road.
I think they're going to be going slow.
When I took it, I didn't go over 35 miles an hour that entire stretch. I was in a line of cars at 10:05 a.m.
yeah, I'm very ambivalent about it.
Okay, so we're to the top of the agenda. The first resolution, 681, I'm offering, this is, but I'm going to table it. So 681 is approval of Village of Southampton revised concept plan for CPF acquired Moses Lane parcel. I did have an opportunity to meet with 2 of the trustees. They want to they're not done revising the plan.
The village trustees.
Village trustees, yeah, not the town trustees. So they still want to make a couple other changes, so this isn't ready yet.
What date?
So I'll make a motion to table
To what date?
let's put it off for at least a full month. So why don't we say August 9th?
August 9th?
We know the
We'll know our
dates.
dates.
Okay.
Yeah, I have all the dates in front of me. All right, I'll make a motion to table August 9th.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Town Board Resolution 737 of 2022, authorized purchase of Workmaster Utilities 75 tractor from Malvisi Equipment Company Incorporated from New York State OGS contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 738 of 2022, authorized repair and recoloring of various athletic courts at Red Creek Park, Hampton West Park, from the Town of Babylon contract with the Land Tech Group Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 739 of 22, authorized supervisor to sign contract with Suffolk County Water Authority for retirement of existing service at Southampton Volunteer Ambulance, 1256 North Sea Road, Southampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. Are they ready to discontinue that? Does Councilman Scavone, do you know, this is for, I guess that's the old ambulance barn, they're building a new one, but it's gonna be a while before the old one is ready.
Right.
Well, anyway,
I thought this had to do with the construction of
It
the new
says no
barn.
payment shall be made without a fully executed agreement.
Right, and this just allows me to author, I'll review it and make sure, it may be, they're moving it over to the new location. So, all right, is a motion a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right.
I read it as there was an existing line somehow on the old parcel that they're discontinuing.
Oh, that could be too.
I-
That probably is, there might be an existing line there.
Yeah.
That they have to get rid of.
Right.
All
That's
right.
Because they probably need it.
$1,650.
It's not
Different
much.
feed.
And
Yeah,
this one
all
is
right,
the
so
new one.
740 of 22, authorize supervisor to sign contract with Suffolk County Water Authority to connect public water at Southampton Volunteer Ambulance, 1256 North Sea Road, Southampton.
Same second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 741 of 2022, co-sponsored with Councilman Martellus, to authorize the purchase of a new shade structure and installation services at Good Ground Park from a Sourcewell contract with Landscape Structures Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, just the funding source, because it's 127,866.
Park improvements, capital
Park
projects.
improvements. Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 742 of 2022 is to authorize the supervisor to sign extended agreement with L.K. McLean Associates, P.C. for the professional services associated with Reeves Bay Nature Trail and Catwalk.
Second.
Yay.
Sunday, could I be put as a co-sponsor on that?
All right, so seconded by, I'm sorry,
Certainly.
Councilman
Councilman
Scavone.
and co-sponsor.
So when are we building this thing? This is this, because they've already
The
designed
extension is
it.
to December 21st of this
Resolution
year.
2000, certainly.
So
And it's-
one
this
is
is-
hoping that this is it.
And is the house on the property, I guess eventually it's going to get removed or not? I don't know. All right.
Sure, that was.
So it's just basically, they're consulting with CPF on this.
Yeah, we've just extended their
And
contract.
I'm looking forward to actually seeing this contract constructed.
Yeah, it's going to be
This-
nice. They
this-
had to take the dock out, the plan for the dock,
They did?
because of the ice flow
Ice.
in there. Yeah, it wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we had a motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 743 of 2022, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2022 renewal agreement with Questa Software Incorporated.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 744 of 22, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2022 service and maintenance agreement with Best Climate Control for maintenance and service of the air condition and/or heating equipment at Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 745 of 2022, authorize the supervisor to execute a contract with H2M Architects and Engineers for lead and copper rule support services for the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 746 of 22, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorizes the supervisor to execute a no-cost extended contract with a part-time program coordinator for the Peconic Estuary Program.
Second.
Seconded by
Just
Councilman Bouvier.
Actually need to make a correction on here.
Oh, yeah?
It's the Peconic Estuary Partnership is no longer the program.
Do we need to,
Estuary
Do I
program?
need?
Can we
I think it's
just-
housekeeping.
can we-
That's how I was looking.
it's the correct name is Peconic Estuary Partnership, not Peconic
Partnership,
Estuary
not program.
Program.
Okay.
Jim, do we need to amend it?
Is it throughout the entire resolution?
You want,
Okay.
I think we know the intent of it.
Is it cleaner to amend it? All right, then I'll withdraw the motion to approve. I'll make a motion to amend to change the title to say Peconic Estuary
Second.
Partnership
Throughout the entire resolution.
throughout the resolution, wherever it says Peconic Estuary Program, we'll say Peconic Estuary Partnership. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion to approve as amended. Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Did that well.
Why
can't you do that all
You
the
can, you can
time?
tell I want to get out of here. All right, 747 of 22, authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with Lexipol for online subscription for law enforcement policy manual online.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 748 of 22, authorize supervisor to extend contract with Mac Tech Engineering and Geology, PC, for Damascus Road landfill site. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 749 of 2022, authorize the supervisor to renew the town maintenance and support agreement with Granicus? Granicus, thank you, for Minitrack Media Track and e-boardroom. Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Town Board
approved.
Resolution 750 of 2022 is authorized the supervisor to sign an extended contract with PW Grosser for engineering services related to evaluation of existing leachate pump station and tuberances.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, it was Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 751 of 22, authorize the supervisor to sign second amendment to lease with T-Mobile Northeast LLC for cell equipment located on the Hampton Bays Water District's Ponquag Avenue Water Tower.
Second?
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 752 of 22, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract with Lewis K. McLean Associates, Engineers and Surveyors.
Second.
This is
This is
for
the
sanitary
sanitary
upgrades for Town Hall. Second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 753 of 22, declare item surplus and authorize disposal.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. These were ordered items by the North Sea Beach Colony ECD. Remember, there was an issue with the pipe diameter. They didn't fit the county's equipment. All right, there was a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 754 of 2022, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is to recall and amend Town Board Resolution 2022-696, authorizing the supervisor to sign a contract with Warren Indemnity Consulting Corporation for appraisal of 43 Hill Street, Village of Southampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 755, 2022 notice to bidders for 140 West Montauk site work and removals.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. 140 West Montauk again is which building? It's not the new building. It's,
Oh, the Chamber building?
that's Chamber Conference Building, thank you.
Town, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 756 of 2022. 2022, notice to bidders for closed top shelf contained ejector trailer with hydraulic roof opening.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 757 of 22, it's a 2022 notice to proposers. This is for professional surveying and engineering services for Noyak Road pedestrian enhancements,
Second.
which is your project. So, Councilman, seconded by Councilman Scavone. Do you want to co-sponsor this one?
I do.
All right, so we'll add Tommy John as a co-sponsor, and he's seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 758 of 22 amends the 22 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 759 of 22, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell. Authorize highway fund pay-as-you-go transfer.
For tractor.
Tractor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Authorize highway fund pay-as-you-go for tractor. Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye. Town
Approved.
Board Resolution 760 of 2022, appoint the Disability Advisory Committee for 2022.
Second.
Seconded by
It's a good thing
Councilman
you're
Bouvier.
doing. I'm glad it's
All in favor?
resurrected.
Aye.
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 Approved.
Town Board Resolution 761 of 2022, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, Supervisor Scheiderman, Martell, and Schiavone. Resolution of adoption of a local law amending Chapter 140 Community Preservation Fund in relation to creating a community housing fund to be funded by a 0.5% supplemental real estate transfer tax.
Second.
Everybody seems to want a second.
Councilman Martell.
All right,
There we go.
no. You want to flip a coin?
No, just
I'm
go.
going to
He's
give
quicker.
it, I'm going to give it to, I'm going to give it to Councilman
It
Schiavone.
was written weird, too.
So just, I don't want to get, it's
No.
late, we want
No,
to
we're
move
good.
on. But this will enable the referendum in November
No, the next.
To be on the ballot.
to be on the ballot so that people, the community can decide whether it wants to create a housing fund based on a transfer tax on real property of 0.5%. And we thank Assemblyman Thiel for
Absolutely.
creating this legislation at the state level and giving us this authority. So with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved
And there's a
unanimously.
companion piece of
Yeah.
legislation.
I'd also like to be
Next
added.
resolution is
Next
actually
resolution.
the language. Language of the property.
Where are we now?
Page 36.
36, 762.
When you just provided the amendments in the code to.
All right,
That's just for the abstract.
762 of 2022 is a resolution directing submission of ballot proposition and abstract together with Spanish translation to the Suffolk County Board of Elections as it relates to creating a community housing fund to be funded by a 0.5% supplemental real estate transfer tax.
The whole board wanted.
Yeah, we may as well
You
co-sponsor.
did the first.
Could I
So we're having everybody else on, everybody's on as co-sponsor?
Co-sponsors, everybody.
Everyone.
All
Everyone?
right,
Everyone.
and who's-
I'll take the second.
And we'll have Councilman Martell be the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
We
Okay.
took 764 out of order.
We're on 763.
Oh, that's why we should.
Town Board Resolution 763 of 2022. This is a resolution of adoption of a local law, co-sponsored by Councilwoman McNamara, my apologies. This is resolution of adoption of a local law amending Town Code 270 rental properties. We had a work session on this, and it's updating our rental code.
We had a
Second.
public hearing on it as well.
And we had a public hearing, right?
Second?
Maybe two, but we did have Sean Cambridge from the Town Attorney's Office did speak at length, and Ryan spoke at Murphy from our Public Safety Office. All right, so Councilwoman McNamara, you seconded?
Yes.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, we did the next one, 764, out of order.
Page 54.
Okay, 765 of 2022, a co-sponsor with Councilman Schiavone, is authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Greek Orthodox Church Hampton's Greek Festival from July 14th through July 17th, 2022.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. Okay, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor on this one. I think everybody saw that Father Alex
Yeah.
was the recipient
Freedom.
of the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wonderful.
Pretty incredible. All right, so there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 766 of, oh, I'm sorry, it's your,
Oh. Town Board Resolution 766 of 2022, authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Hampton Bays Fire Department Carnival from July 26th to July 31st, 2022. Co-sponsor with Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Martell.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor too. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
I'm just not giving them any more work to do. Let's just,
Well, okay. Town Board Resolution 767, authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Hampton Bays Fire Department Parade on July 27th, 2022, from 6:30 to 9 p.m.
Before you go ahead, Robert Ross, who reads these very carefully, noticed that there is, I believe, an error in the financial impact.
On which one? On
The
767?
last number, estimated cost, it says, ooh, might be, those zeros maybe need to
There's an
go.
extra .00, you're saying? It
Yeah.
is 5,114 and 88 cents, correct?
I would believe, so, if you add the two, yes, it is.
Percent, 18.
I don't know.
Yes.
I would assume you dropped the last two zeros.
I think that's a Scribner's error.
Yeah.
But these two numbers don't add up to
It makes no sense to have a second decimal point and two zeros after
Yeah, I
it.
do.
They
If it was
don't-
commas, I'd be worried, though.
Wait a minute, they don't add up, though.
Yeah, the numbers don't add up.
The numbers don't add up?
No,
the two numbers included in that.
it says plus 28%.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
probably good. It
It's
does
on
add
the
up with the
27th. I
28.
still want to waive the,
Okay, so you want to just get rid of the zeros and
Yeah,
waive the
see if
zero.
it all works itself out?
I don't think we need to amend it to eliminate the zeros.
The two zeros.
okay.
What do
I
you,
think it's the
Jim?
2120 plus 28%. and then-
I mean, we could rifle off a quick amendment if you want to eliminate the .00.
No,
All right.
no, I'm just,
Jim, it's clearly a Scribner's
no,
error.
that's
I
a
agree.
Scribner's error, I just was, the numbers.
All right, so we have a motion
Yeah, co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Martell.
and Supervisor Schneiderman.
And
I'd like to
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Be added as
Okay, so who's the
co-sponsor.
second?
So
Okay.
who was my who was the second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by
Thank you,
Councilman
John.
Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. All right. 768 of 22, authorized grant application to New York State's Water Quality Improvement Program for wastewater treatment collection system in Riverside.
On the motion, I'd like to be added as co-sponsor.
All
As
right,
would
let's
I.
get a second first. You want a second?
Second.
Seconded by our new co-sponsor, Councilman Bouvier. Madam Clerk, would you
And,
please
uh,
add John as a
And
co-sponsor?
Tommy John as well.
Tommy John, you want to be in there as a?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be on there.
And-
also.
Add me too.
Yeah.
All right, the whole board now
All right.
is co-sponsoring.
$10 million.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
This is a big deal.
Grant.
Yes, we've
Infrastructure money.
Okay,
That's right.
yeah.
Yeah, so,
It looks,
Most of it.
okay, so, there was motion and second, all in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Approved. 769 of 22 accepts maintenance bond in connection with a site plan application entitled 12 Forster LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 770 of 22 appoints Peter Miller to senior accountant position in Finance Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 771 appoints Robert Casabianca to heavy equipment operator position in Waste Management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, approved, and congratulations to both of those individuals. 772, 22, authorized stipulation of settlement and general release.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 773 of 22, ratify stipulation of settlement with PBA.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 774 of 2022, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara. It's a notice of public hearing to consider amending Town Code 312 vehicles and traffic, amending parking prohibited designated locations, regulations on a portion of Old Country Road in West Hampton.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and that will be July 26th at 6 PM, live and via internet. All right, next is 775 of 2022. It accepts the deed of dedication for park area with easement in connection with the subdivision map of the woods at Hampton Bays.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 776 of 2022 accepts offer and dedication for a road and for drainage and construction easement in connection with Ocean View Park Development Parcel Number 3.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 777 of 2022 accepts offers of dedication for a road and for drainage and construction easement in connection with Ocean View Park Development, parcel number 9.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 778 of 22, authorize acquisition of land of John Leonard and amend the CPF management and stewardship plan to include that property.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. So most of this is CPF. We held a public hearing. There is 10,000 square feet that's depicted on a survey that will be using $26,000 from a different funding source for property acquisitions to fund for the possibility of future municipal use. Not limited only to wireless communications, but if the town should need it for municipal purposes. All right. So we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Can I just, Jim, and we're about to go to walk-ons, we may need to show that area with some fencing or something, because I know in the past, you know, somebody might argue later on, 10 years from now, when you go to put a cell tower there, that, oh, it's parkland.
Yeah.
You used it as parkland, there were trails through it, whatever it is.
That's true, yeah.
So you might need to, we might need to distinguish it somehow.
Right, we'll certainly have it designated in the surveys, but you're right, it would be,
Somebody could make an argument that it was put in, once you put it into park use, even if it's not designated as a park,
Absolutely.
it could be subject to alienation. So just a simple fence of some sort around that area, that, all right, we should just,
follow up with Lisa.
yeah, follow up with Lisa on it. All right. All right, so we're,
I don't know.
what's the question, Kim?
We were looking at the screen.
Oh, I don't know. We're going to continue?
I think we went beyond,
The Zoom time.
Yeah.
Did we lose Zoom?
archiving time.
Doesn't
All right,
matter.
we just got to keep going.
Hopefully it's on 20.
All right, so there's no more public portion, and it's still on CTV, so. All right, so we're going to the walk-ons, 40766, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorized funding for Peconic Estuary Partnership from 2022 Community Preservation Fund water quality monies.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. That's 40838, deem the draft environmental impact statement, DEIS, adequate for zone change application entitled Liberty Gardens, formerly known as Concern for Independent Living, that proposes a change from R20 to multifamily MF44 and an increase in residential density pursuant to section 330-8 to enable 12 units per acre in order to construct a 60-unit supported housing development that is 100% affordable in the hamlet of Tuckahoe. So deeming it adequate basically allows it to be distributed for public review and scrutiny. So it's not a deeming the EIS complete. It's just simply saying that it's in
It's just a
proper
draft,
form
yes.
for,
It's just a draft, and we're gonna have the
Yeah.
public hearing on it and everything else.
yeah. There'll be a, seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 40839, oh, it's yours, John? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Authorize the supervisor to execute documents related to relocation of the Governor John Adams Dix windmill. Yay.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. Is it already moved, or?
No.
Yes, I've watched it go down Main Street.
I know they disassembled it, and they,
I was coming out of the post office and it was on trucks.
Oh, no
So
kidding.
I actually took a
That's
couple
news to me.
pictures.
That's
And our
great.
historian went to the location as it was being done to document it for historic.
yeah, I saw some pictures of it being
I didn't
relocated,
see
but
that
I don't know if
at all.
it's been erected on the.
I don't,
on
I
the
didn't
green.
follow it
gonna
to the
take
other
a
end of the
while
street, but I know they
To put
took
it back
part
together,
in
so
it.
this will authorize its placement, okay?
Yes.
So, all right, John, you made the motion to approve, who seconded it?
I did.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Tommy John?
ID number 40840, memorializing resolution in support of a proposed local law to the Suffolk County Legislature as it relates to Francis Gabreski Airport in West Hampton Beach.
Second. I think we're all
Seconded.
co-sponsors.
Did we all?
And we have all
Sunday,
co-sponsored.
when we walked this on, we walked it on with, I think, everybody as co-sponsor.
Correct.
All right, so the second,
For the public's edification on this?
just one second, so Councilman Bouvier seconded on the motion, Councilman Scavone?
On the motion, this is a piece of legislation put in by legislator Krupski, which would require any change in the certification of Gabrisky Airport to go through the Suffolk County Legislature rather than just the Suffolk County Executive's Office. So if anything happens on the county's part to Gabrisky, it has to go through the legislature. So there will be public hearing process and other things involved as well.
Yeah, as part of the whole process.
Right, as part of the whole process. The concern is that, there are concerns there.
So the idea is that the county executive on his own could not change the classification of the airport?
Exactly.
That's right.
Okay, 'cause-
And
I'll say
there's
this.
There's other.
not that he
things
would,
involved
but.
with it,
But-
In order to be a cargo airport or something more, it would have to be, have a Part 135 certificate. So now, if that is going to be pursued by Suffolk County, it would have to go through the county legislature.
Right, so
They're
it's a-
hearing this next week, so I want to get our letter of support.
It's an added level of protection, yeah. So and this just is in support of that resolution?
That's correct.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
it's the
'cause
Suffolk
that
County
report
Committee
they
on...
put is the draft has been, that's one of the inputs to it too. So
It's going...
really important.
Right, and it's going through the Economic Development and Planning Committee next week, so...
All right, excellent.
We wanted to get through that committee, and then,
Yeah, thank you, Tom, John.
yeah, it's a good one.
All
And John
right.
was in the meeting as well, so he's part of this as well.
Yeah, if anybody's around in 48 years, you can challenge the Air National Guard if they decide to leave.
Yeah, good luck.
All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, and the last resolution,
1:30 comes over.
drum roll, is warrant number 13, capital, it's 40842 is the ID, the doc ID. It's warrant number 13, capital number 13, CPF number 13, and payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, is there any other business, or at least anything that can't wait till work session in 2 days? All right. I'll make a
Oh, is it work session?
Hearing no other business, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.